Hello, beautiful people. How are all of you doing today? Hello! Chat, I got Verisa on this account! Wow, insane! I'm doing the tribal chronicle for... What's this tribe called again? The Collective of Plenty? But I'm in the middle of a fucking, like, domain thingy, so I can't really just leave right now, so I gotta finish this part, unfortunately. Anyways, I finished Paralogism, did a little bit of exploration questing, so, yeah. Did you sleep? I did sleep, yes. I've been sleeping pretty well lately, actually. Somehow. But yeah, today is going to be a good day. Today's stream is going to be a good stream. I hope you're ready for the most pleasant day of your life. After all, the quality of my stream is the main factor that decides the quality of your day. Is it not? I wouldn't be here every day if that was false. Exactly. Is Unifa worth considering for Arlecchino anymore? I mean, yes and no. Like, I don't think you should ever get Unifa in order to improve... Oh. In order to improve your Arlecchino team. I think that's kind of dumb. But... you can consider getting Inefa... Or, like, if you get Inefa, you can use her in an Arlecchino team. What does Inefa do for Arlecchino? She doesn't do that much, but she's one of the good options for Arlecchino's teams. Like, Overvape Arlecchino is going to be a lot better thanks to Inefa. Which tribe quest did you like the most? I actually kind of did like this one. I don't remember the other ones all that much. What the fuck? Asia's friendly stream? All of my streams are Asia friendly. I don't hear any K-pop. This stream is so Asia unfriendly. I'm actually kind of curious. Is K-pop even more popular in Asia? It is? Is it though? Bro, don't force me to stay stationary during my Yonsan burst, please. Let me move. Okay, I lost my Yonsan burst because of you. Frick you. K-pop literally set a new beauty standard. Did it? What do you mean it set a new beauty standard? Don't K-pop idols, like, adhere pretty fucking to the letter to previously set beauty standards? It popularized K-beauty. And what the fuck is it? Bro, just because it's beauty in Korea doesn't make it K-beauty. They're like the most conventionally attractive people. Are they not? What makes it K? Conventionally attractive differs based on country? I mean, sure. But K-pop idols are... I don't see any form of breaking away from conventional beauty standards in K-pop idols. Wow. Insane cutscene. True. How good is C2 Mavika's Death Shred? It's kind of whatever, honestly. Like, it's not bad, but it's not insane. But it's still on Mawika, so who cares? And even on teams where you use Mawika as a support, her burst is a significant portion of the team DPS. So the additional base attack from the C2 is like, I guess it's not just on the burst, but still. Just the additional base attack in general from the C2 is a pretty big deal too. We're almost done with this. Should we finish it? I guess, yeah. Since we're almost done, we might as well finish it. Why not? Why the heck not? What's that? Nah, I don't want to add this emote, I'm sorry. It's not a bad emote, but I just don't really want to add it. Alright, we finished it. Now we can properly do what we wanted to do. First things first for today's stream, we will spend our resin, obviously. But where? Where shall we spend our resin? We gotta figure out what we currently need. We obviously still need talent levels, or talent books. But the talent books aren't urgent because in order to get the talent books, or in order for the talent books to do something, we need to ascend the character, and we can't do that yet. This can be useful immediately. So I think we'll go for that, yeah. Is Genshin fully muted? Yeah, it is, because I didn't want to have to listen to the yap while I was doing the quest. Did you see 6 her? He asks. Yeah, sure I did, buddy. Okay.
이건 어때? 이 순간을 영원하게.
스 조절! 내 구령에 맞춰! 흑! 하늘의 불꽃으로 벌한다! 달려!
There's a survey about Stygian Onslaught. We have to do it. Yeah, I guess I'll do it then. Sure, sure. Eh.
태양이 나를 따른다.
get a gold this time. It would be really nice if I got a gold. I only need a gold once, and I'll be pretty happy with that. I'll be happy with 2 purples too, but there we go. Like I said, chat, once a day, if you ask for a gold on a weapon domain, you'll get a gold. It works once a day, but it works.
내 구령에 맞춰.
이 순간을 영원하게
태양의 포효를 들어라.
Here, it'd be nice if I got 2 purples, but it's fine even if we don't. As long as we don't get, like, only blues, yeah, that's fine. Alright, we have obtained our double drop opportunities thingies. Let's go and get our Fab Lance level 80, so we can do that. Will we get Seat Lolly? I'm not sure, honestly. Eventually, yes, but I don't know if that's what I want to get now. Probably not. Seat Lolly is far from urgent. If the 4 stars are really good, I'll think about it. But if the 4 stars aren't really good, then I'll probably wait for a rerun. Filter by character, Eon-san, Weapon Ascension. I'm gonna need more slime too, huh? That's okay. I might not have R5 Twin F right yet, I don't. Okay. Halberds, Skyrider Great Swords, Skyrider Sword, Blood Tainted, and Messenger. I'm pretty sure I have all of those. Wait, that's an R4 Halberd? Oh, I'm an idiot. R5 Halberd has been obtained. Yep. 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 Alright. Cool. Cool. We can't get it yet, right? We're gonna need a little bit more farming. But that's okay.
최대 출력. 결과시.
Why don't you build pity on the weapon banner?
결과.
Yeah, for all those good 4 stars on banner. Amazing idea. Love it. Do you get channeling from the Paimon shop? No, and I don't plan on getting her either. I'll get channeling to C6 eventually from pulling on banners. Oh, it takes the same ones. Well, I might as well level it. The energy is actually kind of useful.
정화의 흥인. 카운트 시작.
얼어붙어라. 감기 조심.
하늘의 불꽃으로 벌한다. 최대 출력.
What? I get 3, please, and thank you. Fuck. Unlucky. Wait, what is this? Wait a second. Chat, I might be able to accept Arlecchino's story quest without losing the J. I don't know why the fuck it's showing up here, but it is. Let's fucking go! Insane. Dude, that's so free. What the fuck? Yo? Alright, I think I'll just do this again. Massive W for the J community, I know, right?
얌전히 있어. 미안.
화염으로 뒤덮여라.
I'm an idiot.
날 막을 수 있겠어? 차! 차! 차!
Can I get 3 this time? Dude, what the fuck? That's so bad. Oh, that's so bad. Golly. That is awful. Blame all. I might as well do the bounty stuff here, right? It's 120 on each. You need 2 weeks to max out a tribe, right? Or is it 3 weeks? Alright, this is 360. This is 240, so that's 600. I think 2 weeks is enough, right? Because I still have another 400 available from these two. So I have 1,000. I have 16. Yeah, okay. It is enough. Alright. Invulnerable to Geo, no problem. Invulnerable to Pyro, we're cooked as fuck. I'm gonna need an Elper for this one. Invulnerable to Cryo, no problem. Yeah. Yeah. Bit annoying, but yeah. Alright, Elpers! Helpers! I'm gonna wait for people that haven't helped before. None of those everyday helpers. Only new helpers. You done with the EMILIE? Yup, no. I don't think we've gotten help from this helper before. I don't think we've gotten help from this helper before either. Dude. Do I need to block you, Ziox hater? Alright. I believe these are all new helpers. Alright. This is the one that's invulnerable to Geo, so no problem with that one. problem is that I'm the only one who's on Mauiga, so everyone else is gonna take an hour to get here. Well, our second player to arrive is Chaska, but we have Shilonen on the team, so she's not gonna do anything. Oh, it's fine. It'll be fine.
태양의 고요를 들어라. 지금이다. 날 막을 수 있겠어? 날 회수. 지금이다.
Big. I can see that there's an Oculus here, so I'm gonna go get that. Let me mark it on the map. Alright, we go next bounty.
울려라. 골짜기야. 발판에 불꽃으로 벌한다.
Alright, it's immune to Pyro. Well, have fun, guys. I'm gonna try to just increase my app by doing the highest possible app combo to try to let someone else be the one reacting, but I don't think it's gonna be very helpful. I don't think Mauiga can overtake on-field Yelan. Well, that's okay. Last one is in the Children of Echoes. You know what? Let's murder these guys.
태양의 고요를 들어라. 회수. 조급해 할 것 없어.
I do need the mats.
빠르긴 하네. 정화의 불꽃. 끌어라. 날자. 산의 피. 잡았어. 얏. 발포. 얏. 얏.
Big.
최대 출력.
And that's reputation level 3, I believe. And if I'm not mistaken, yeah, we need 800 for this, which is going to be these two things, and then 2 bounties and 2 supplies next week. Right? Alright, thank you for the helpers. Thank you very much. Pet the helpers, true. Pet the helpers indeed. Is EMILIE a must for Kanish teams? I mean, we're not recording the ZAJEF yet, so we'll yap about that a lot later on. But honestly, no. She's nice to have, but she is not necessary at all. Alright, let's go on the main account. Let's spend our resin. Then let's do a little bit of testing in Siege and Onslaught using teams that can slot in EMILIE and compare it to versions that aren't slotting in EMILIE. We'll do the survey too, but I think we'll do that lower priority later on. Did you pull for her? What, for EMILIE? I've had EMILIE since her release on my main account. Okay, so I guess we can do this before we spend our resin, because we're not capped. Alright, so Kenichi. Unfortunately, my Kenichi talents are kind of cooked. So it's kind of gonna make EMILIE look better than she is. It is what it is. It is what it is. This will do. This will do. Yeah, this will be fine for now. This isn't her best possible set, so let's fix that. Her best possible set with what I have is using this with this. Yeah. Alright. This is the team that people will generally consider to be the Kenichi PM team, right? And I guess the important things here are how much time it takes to get to the first down, and what HP breakpoint it's at after the first down, right? In my case, my EMILIE's more invested than my Kenichi, which is kind of a little fucked, but it is what it is, I guess. So. Right, so with EMILIE, you get to the first, like, the first second phase after, like, a little bit more than 10 seconds. I fucked it up, but it's fine. And the first proper down at about a minute 25, 23 left. Oh my god, I'm bad. I did 4 E's twice because I'm dog shit, and we got to about the A. Around between the N and the A with no EMILIE burst. Could have gotten a little bit higher with it. I guess lower with it. You compare something like this to not having EMILIE and using Yeon-san instead, right? Now we need someone else on Deepwood, obviously. So we yoink almost all of EMILIE's gear, put it on Mawika instead. Alright, our first down took us about 10 seconds. In a team like this, it's gonna take longer. I'm fucking okay, whatever, man. We're gonna restart. I didn't have enough energy. I guess we just skip the first Yeon-san then. Alright, so here our first down, instead of after about 10 seconds, is after about like 16 seconds, which is slower.
포효를 들어라. 불타올라라. 총 공격을 정정사타. 내 구령에
퇴로 공세.
I'm bad. Yeah.
하늘의 불꽃으로 벌한다. 날 막을 수 있겠어. 내가 빠르고 강하게 움직여봐.
목표가 걸렸어. 저 세상으로 보내주지.
네 영혼은 이 몸께 바치거라. 찍소리도 못
But the amount of damage we deal is pretty similar, if not better here in this case, right? We did end up getting one more E at the end, so it was mostly just pretty similar. But we didn't fucking bother. We didn't burst on the first rotation, so we didn't get our Eon-Sun Scroll proc. I don't think we could have gotten the Eon-Sun Scroll proc anyways here, because this guy has innate Pyro during second phase.
좋아. 출발.
And even in a case like that, we still like end up with a fairly similar results in terms of how much damage it does in one down. Against this enemy specifically, EMILIE is still noticeably better because you get to that down much faster, right? But that's just a question of this enemy heavily favoring teams that have more burning uptime, right? The earlier you start burning the enemy, the better. In EMILIE's case, you have off-field Dendro at the start, but when Kinich is your only Dendro character, that's not the case, right? There's a lot of factors that go into what the best possible lineup for a Kinich team is. But because of the nature of the Lava Dragon, EMILIE is part of the Kenich's best team for this boss. But I don't think that matters that much because Kinich won't struggle against the Lava Dragon even without EMILIE. Alright, that's the reality of it. My Kinich is talent level 8, and you could see we were not experiencing some problems even with the most scuffed rotations you've ever seen, right? So to me, it's more of a question of the other teams that can use EMILIE. So let's take a look at some of them. Alright. Things over with Arlecchino, maybe? Sure. Arlecchino, Bennett, Kazuha, EMILIE, maybe? And we can compare that to using Changling instead, maybe? I fucked up my battery.
일어나라.
My Bennett burst is a little late.
입가 상처 따위 아프지 않아. 불타올라라.
씨. 바람을 타고
청소 시작. 총 공격을 시작하지.
Alright. And in this case, our first down happens after about 30 seconds.
지각한다. 불타올라라. 입가 상처 따위.
And in one down, we get about to the D in Hearted. If you were to use a different Arlecchino team, let's say... I did talk about Changling, so we might as well do that. What last slot should we use? I guess we can still use Kazuha, why not? Or not. It doesn't really matter.
좋아. 내가 모두를 지켜줄게.
일어나라. 자,
불타올라라.
So here our first down is gonna happen a little bit later.
총 공격을
사고의 창수를 감상하라고.
Right? We got the first down already at this time with the EMILIE team.
자,
But as you can see from just the damage numbers,
내가 모두를 지켜줄게.
it is higher with this team.
바람을 타고.
We get it to around the same amount here, because my setup was a little sus, but yeah. We got it down, what, like 8 seconds later, around, more or less? But the amount of damage we did during the down was higher. We got it to the same amount, more or less, at the end, because EMILIE was doing damage in the first Molten Dragon phase, right? But it's still fairly similar. So you can see that in a team like this, while EMILIE is not bad, like she is good, she's not necessary. I meant to change my teams, I don't know why I pressed start. So for pyro carries, generally, you don't necessarily need her. But what about electro carries, right? When you're using electro carries, like Clavin, for example,
You still
Let
have
us
a special
yoink.
place in my heart.
where the heck is my good electro goblet? There it is. Alright. When you're using a character like Clavin, right? Against a Lava Dragon, you got a couple options. But the default teams that people use with Clavin generally tend to be the Chevreuse ones, right? Now, because of the Pyro app requirement for Tulpa, or sorry, not for Tulpa, for the Lava Dragon, you don't really want to use Maoika, you'd rather use Xiangling as your last slot. You do Chevreuse Xiangling, right? Miles, it depends on which Hydro or Cryo character you're using. Characters like Mika have the same uptime as characters like Dahlia, for example. But generally, if your third slot doesn't have any off-field app or has very little off-field app, like maybe Mona, you can expect like 70 to 80% Cryo Resonance uptime. If your last slot is a good amount of off-field Hydro, like Yelan or Singto, you can expect like 10% maybe at best. And if your last slot is off-field Cryo, it's generally going to be like 90%-ish. But there's not much of a difference in terms of Cryo Resonance uptime between using a character that doesn't have off-field app, like Dahlia, like Mika, like Molani, and using a character that has off-field Cryo, like Shenhe. Anyways, You knew the Unsun last slot here, but it's a little sus. Let's just use Fischl.
무기를 버려.
끌었네, 끌었어. 자, 나와라. 말이 안 통하면 해버려.
That is a Favonius sword. I swapped to Claret to start pre-stacking Shovelers C6, and then I did a normal attack and I saw a Fav particle and I was like, something's wrong here.
움직이지 마.
탄재의 이름.
자, 무기를 버려.
체력의 날.
장전. 아들, 쏜다. 널 제
말이 안 통하면 해버려.
최후 통첩이다. 움직이지 마.
자,
그림자 사냥.
Alright, so we can see here our first full down happens at around 115.
자백할 시간이다. 순순히 항복해라.
뜨끈뜨끈하지. 사고의 창수.
And at the end of the full down, we're at around the D of Harden, right? But, like I mentioned, you can use EMILIE here. If you use EMILIE, it allows you to go for a different pyro if you want. So we're gonna use Amber. Is using elegy cheating? Kind of is, right? Meh. Yeah, maybe we don't use Amber. I don't know. You'd kind of just want to use a Klee if you have her, huh? But, oh well. I'll just use 5 Amber then. With the Arsens. This is not perfect, but it'll have to be good enough.
야, 좋아. 너만 믿을게. 시합해보자. 화살. 나와라 우주.
그림자 사냥.
That wasn't enough. Fuck. That's on me. I put out the burning when I used Fischl. I thought I wouldn't need to wait, but I need to wait a little.
따단따단. 구할게. 퇴로는 없어. 난 절대
There we go.
탄재의
장전. 그림자 속에서 악을 꿰뚫으리.
청소 시작. 화살.
그림자 사냥.
흩어져라.
Yeah, as you can see here.
나와라.
Okay, please let me.
장전.
We got our down faster, but we get a little bit less damage during the down. Right?
퇴로는 없어. 나와라.
Oh.
이 백자.
Bro fucking dodged everything.
빛이여. 내게
That's certainly quite annoying.
그림자 사냥. 자백할 시간이다.
화살. 너만 믿을게.
아가씨
준비. 악을 꿰뚫으리.
향기의 속삭임. 백발백중.
장전.
Yeah, maybe using
자백할
maybe
시간.
using Amber is sacrificing too much damage here. Maybe we just do it with channeling instead. I don't know. It's always channeling? Yeah. I suppose it is.
나와라 우주.
그림자 속에서 악을 꿰뚫으리.
뜨끈뜨끈하지. 흩어져라.
Very cool. Okay, so here, as you can see, our first down happens a bit earlier. And while we do get less damage, it's not like bad damage either.
이름은 뜨끈뜨끈하지. 조합. 이 체력을 향기의 속삭임.
준비. 그림자 속에서 악을 꿰뚫으리.
끌었네. 끌었어. 사고의 창수를 감상한 추출. 자, 나와라 우주.
그림자 사냥. 자백할 시간이다.
흩어져라.
아가씨
말이 안 통하면 해봐라.
준비.
This isn't gonna be enough, is it? No! Okay, whatever. Maybe I'm expecting too much, honestly. I probably am. When I did my testing with EMILIE, EMILIE was a viable option for Versa teams because you just still had the damage. But I guess with Cloud is just too tight. Like, it's definitely clearable, but it's gonna be a lot tighter. Why did I click on that? I wanted to click on team. I hate how cringe the UI is for this. Like, usually, in most content, you press this, it's gonna bring you to a place where you can edit your teams. You're not gonna have to go edit your teams on a different menu from this, you know? And then on top of that, the fucking button to access your builds is at the top right here. It's the rightmost button, basically. But in Abyss, it's here instead of here. And it's just so annoying, man. It's just inconsistent UI. It's like if there was like a confirm button that like is always on the right, and then for some reason in this new piece of content the confirm button is on the left instead. How often are you gonna accidentally confirm when you want to leave and accidentally leave when you want to confirm? It's just so annoying, man. But oh well. Oh well. It is what it is. I think that's it for the testing I needed to do for now. You try like, you know, vape? I don't need to. I know it's gonna work. Okay. Where do we use our double drops? Maybe on this? could go for this. Let's go craft real quick. Okay, I don't know who it's equipped on right now, so I'll just fucking... Just do this. It's equipped on Kirk. Why is it equipped? Oh, right, because it was equipped on Chlorine. Right. Okay, there is technically a chance we already have enough. Like, if we get really lucky. Right. Because right now, right? We can craft 3 of these. Oh yeah, no, it's not happening actually. Even if we get really lucky, unless we get like unfathomably lucky. Why did it skip the animation? Weird. That's annoying. Yeah, okay. We'll just go get this then. Unfathomably? Okay, buddy, shut up. That's not the button I wanted to press. Oh, we have electro damage bonus in this domain. I didn't even know.
이건 필요한 무력이다. 카운트.
Oh. I guess I did not need my burst here. Alright, give me a gold. I already used up my give me a gold prayer on the other account, so I don't know if it'll work on this one. I don't think so. Yeah, it doesn't. Damn. You can kill everyone with Versa alone, you're probably right. Alright, I have enough. Why do the rest of us sound like an angry gremlin? Because she is an angry gremlin. It is normal to sound like what you are. What do you sound like? A bitter old loser. Sorry. That was unnecessary. I'm sorry. Oh. Anyways, chat. This marks our third fully leveled 5 sword. Let's go 5 lance now. Ah. It's this one, right? Yeah. How many 5 lenses do you have now? I have 5. 3 fully leveled, 1 in the process of leveling up, 1 at level 1 that I think I'll keep at level 1 for now. All R5? Fuck no, man. Holy. I have 1 R5, 1 R3, the rest is R1. I'll be right back.
과일을 기를 때는 많은 걸 신경 써야 해. 제때 물을 주고 잡초를 뽑고 미네랄 가루를 뿌려서 토양의 영양분도 채워주고.
Guards. Seize them. Well, it is what it is. Okay. This we'll have to do for now. Next, what do I want to farm next? I guess it's just artifacts for the rest of my resin. Do I have weeklies to do? Brown's domains? No, I don't. Wait. Oh, I did an Andreas. That makes sense. Oh, I guess we should go to the teapot. Teapot. No new level 10s, that's fine. Do I have anything I need to take here? Yeah. Before I forget it. Very nice. I didn't forget it. Alright. And then we go spend our resin in the plunge domain. Yep. We won't get an upgrade, but that's okay. How much EM should I go for in Malika? I have 389 right now with the M sends and 1.6k attack. You're not looking for any like specific EM breakpoint. What you want is you want to get as many of the good stats as possible. Now it's possible that in your case, you could potentially have an artifact that has like 40 more EM and like 1% less crit rate. If that's the case, then obviously you'd want to use that. But if you have an artifact that has 40 more EM and like 20% less crit damage, then that's not worth it. It's just a question of finding the sweet spot between think my Moika's still on Deepwood right now. So this. Also for this. Yeah, you want to find the middle ground between more stats and better stats. Right? Sometimes you want to lean more towards the thing that has more stats even if they're worse. Sometimes you'll go for the better stats even if it's less stats total. And if you're not sure which one's better, you can use the artifact optimizer. It'll basically do the calcs for you. But it's hard for me to just do that without any additional info because it's too dependent on what specific things you have on your account. Okay. I think I need the Moika burst to crit if I don't want things to take too long, so I should probably regear her properly. Do I have a fast equip with Cinder City? I do. And it even looks like it's the right stuff. Kind of. It's not exactly the right stuff. We're a little overcapped on crit, but who cares? Reward cutscenes in the big 25, yeah. I like the reward cutscene. It lets me prepare myself. I like it. Why does Bruno use condensed resin? Because the domain takes... Oh, I didn't crit! Maj. The domain takes 18 seconds to do. Like, who cares if I use condensed resin? Agaja favors the attack sands, but I lose 200 EM. If Agaja tells you the attack sands is better, and you're using the same team as the team that Agaja is using, then attack sands is better. If you're using a different team, then maybe not, but I mean, it depends on the team. Also, I kind of do want to get this to 4. It's not a great artifact unless it rolls crit, but it could roll crit, and it has attack percent, so I'll get it to 4. It didn't roll crit, it's garbage. Okay, moving on. Agacha uses Instructor Seat while he does it? Oh, that's kind of cringe. Alright. Pause? I'll get this to 4. Could roll crit. Probably won't. If it doesn't roll crit, it's not worth leveling any more than that. But if it does, it could be nice. Don't like the low roll of crit. It's also a low roll of attack. So, yeah, no. No more lock. Cooked! Alright, it is what it is. That's alright. What's the difference between Instructor Seat Lally and Instructor Shilonen? Instructor has less uptime, so if you go Instructor Seat Lally, you end up with more Instructor uptime, because you swap the Seat Lally after Shilonen. But it's hard to reach your ER requirements on Seat Lally if you don't go Cinder City, especially if you go for a 4-star set that's going to have less ER in total. And a lot of the time, things don't go perfectly in practice, and some of your energy generation is gonna get cut. Whether it's because the enemy dies too early, or you didn't proc 5 on Chilonen, or whatever, right? And usually, if you're on Instructor, even with like max ER Instructor, if something goes wrong with your energy generation, your burst is good. What ER do you want on Sitlali? Heavily depends on the team. Alright, so let me open Excel real quick. Right. So same element, different element, clear, caught, non-caught. So, let's look at a few different situations. So let's look at the default Maoika Shilonen team
힘은 자주 꺼내 쓰지
with
않으면
Bennett, right? BMX,
나랑 같이 훈련하지 않을래?
Cinder City, BMX Instructor, and Arlecchino Sucrose. Cinder City, and Arlecchino Sucrose Instructor. I think that's like the best points of comparison to use here, because this is the team where her ER requirements is going to be pretty much the lowest, and this is the team where her ER requirements is going to be pretty much the highest. Anyways, she catches her own particles all the time. She generates, is it 5 or 4? I always forget. I think it's 5. She's 5, and Escoffier is 4, right? Not the other way around. Yeah, it's 5. Okay. So she catches her own particles, that's 5. There's no additional cryo particles getting generated. And you don't catch anyone else's particles on her. And then the rest of your team, Maoika generates 5 particles. Bennett generates 2 to 3, but it's RNG. On average is 2.25. But I think in this case, you kind of... You want to be fine even if you generate 2, so we're going to assume 2 for now. And then Chilonen is... I forgot. Is it 3 or 4? It's 4. Chilonen is 4. Clear particles. She's not on 5, so she doesn't catch any particles that are clear. I generally assume 2 particles per rotation of enemy HP drops. Those particles will spawn while you're on Maoika, so Sitlali doesn't catch them. And then 5, you get 5 proc on Chilonen, so that's another 3 clear particles that she's not catching. Clear particles that are caught are 3 energy, that are not caught is 1.8. Different element is 0 or 1, 0.6. Clear is 2, 1.2. So that gives you total energy you have your cost, you have your refund, and you have your ER requirements. So, energy generated 27.6. Cost 60. Refund, we are getting 3 Cinder City 2-piece procs per rotation. Because it's a 9-second cooldown with an 18-second rotation time, so you get 2. Plus the one that procs from Shilonen, so that's 3. So 6 times 3. And your ER is cost minus refund divided by energy. And so in this team, ER requirements are around 150 on Cinder City. What the fuck is going on here? This is clearly not where I'm clicking. There we go. Okay. Alright. What if you don't have Cinder City anymore? Plus 70% ER requirements. The 2-piece from Cinder City is the equivalent of a Sands plus a 2-piece emblem. $217 is actually pretty hard to reach on Instructor. It's possible. I think my best Instructor set does have this. I have 225. Wait, no I don't. That's with Bennett ER Ascension, isn't it? Wait, no. Bennett... Does Bennett have ER Ascension? I forwore. No, he doesn't. Does he? He does. I forgot what Ascension stat Bennett... He does have ER Ascension, yeah. So my best Instructor isn't good enough. And I'm someone who actively locks Instructor pieces with ER and levels them. And this is on the team that has a pretty favorable energy particle generation. I guess it's not as favorable, because part of what makes it favorable is the Cinder City additional proc, so for this it's like whatever, but still. For Arlecchino Sucrose, right? The biggest problem here is that when your rotation length becomes asynchronous with your Nightfall Burst cooldown, which is the case in these Arlecchino teams. Arlecchino teams' rotation length is about 16 seconds, but Nightfall Burst cooldown is 18. So it's very possible that by the time you need to use Citlali's Burst again, right, you use Citlali's Burst every 16 seconds, there can be a 16-second window where you don't proc Night Soul Burst. And if that's the case, then you don't get a single Cinder City proc. That's the most annoying part with Arlecchino teams that are only using Citlali as an outline character. Right, in a situation like this, you do still get this 5. You get a little bit more particles from Sucrose over Shilonen. But one less 5 proc. If you don't proc a single, or Cinder City a single time, your ER requirements are at like 230. If you proc it once, it's at like 204. Which is the biggest reason why, unless you're doing speedrun stuff, while Sucrose is more damage, it can be cringe to play, so playing Shilonen might just be better. Because Shilonen guarantees, because you now have 2 Natlan characters, right? It guarantees that your Night Soul Burst cooldown is lower than your rotation length, so you'll get guaranteed at least 1 Night Soul Burst per rotation. And Shilonen herself gives you an additional Night Soul Burst from the proc, so that's a guaranteed 12 refund, instead of sometimes 6, sometimes 0. Which makes her ER requirements pretty comfortable. But obviously, without the refund, you're a little cooked. Yeah, you can technically catch particles here, though. That's something that, especially with Sucrose, because you want to go from Sucrose to Citlali, you can end up with this instead. Catch one of the Sucrose kills on Citlali, which can make things easier. You can also consider using Fav Sucrose, but that's kind of hard to justify because you now also are going to start needing crit rate to proc the Fav, which means you get less EM, so a lower EM buff on your Arlecchino, which is kind of cringe. But it's something you can consider if you're cooked on energy. But at that point, like, just ditch the Instructor. Instructor is there for the EM it gives you. If you have to sacrifice a bunch of EM on Arlecchino to make it work, then it's not worth it, obviously. Anyways. Who is BMX? That's Bennett Mawika Shilonen. Balls indeed. Okay, I should do this before I forget. Let's do it now. That's worthless, that's worthless, that's worthless, that's worthless, that's worthless, that's worthless, that's worthless. I kind of want to keep this one. Nah, I don't need to. I think I have enough good off-piece feathers. But I guess I might need a good Petra set eventually, and if I do, this is obviously really good. I'm just worried that characters that want a good Petra set might be defense scalers, not attack scalers, in which case this is kind of not that good. I'll keep it, though. This is worthless. This is worthless. Yeah. Nah. Nah. Oh. Nah. Well, I mean, I could consider keeping it just because I don't have Wanderer's crit circlets right now. If I want to play Tefnari, for example, it could be useful to level this. It's good. It is good, but it's not good enough for an off-piece. So I'll only keep it if I intend on using it as an on-piece, but I don't use anyone who would want Wanderers as an on-piece. What con is your Tiltnutty? My Tiltnutty is C2, but I'm never getting Tiltnutty from the selector because I want to get C6 Daya, so I'm going to only select Daya until she's C6. And I haven't lost a 50-50 to Daya ever, so it's going to take a while. Anyways. No, that's not good enough. Yeah, no. Yeah, no. Okay. You won't even play her even when she's C6. That's not true. You can reroll this flower Why would I reroll this flower? Something that started as a 3-liner that doesn't have attack percent or ER. This is an awful reroll target. Isn't it a 4-liner? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's 8 rolls, not 9. So no. But maybe I should keep this as XP. Because I don't have an infinite amount of XP. Because it's plus 20. Yeah, sure. I'll keep it as XP and use something else instead. I don't know what I want to ditch here. Yeah, this isn't worth keeping. Eh. Not worth keeping. Nah. Sure. Fuck it. Alright. No one is using bundled light set aside from Arlecchino. Yeah, but who knows what the future has in store for us. Time to craft a goblet? I can't. I've already crafted my piece for this patch. And if it's not for a Verissa piece, then I don't care. Also, I don't know if I'm even crafting a goblet next. I might just reroll the goblet I already have instead. What rank is my Verissa? She's 0.2% right now. I'm getting so fucking hard carried by my Sands right now, it's crazy. Because none of my other pieces are all that impressive, but my Sands is really good. I could consider crafting a flower, honestly, on another set. Try to improve my off-piece flowers, while also trying to get a better on-set flower for a character other than Verissa. Yeah, this is the Sands that carries the fuck out of me. And this is the goblet that's like, it's good, but it's not that good, you know? Yeah. And then this is a funny one. Chat, if the Lunar Charge character is a plunger, no, because Lunar Charge damage doesn't use damage percent, so it wouldn't. So this set wouldn't be good. Never mind. Yeah, this would only really be insane on a vape or melt plunger. It's just, I'm wondering if it would be worth to keep rerolling this piece. Because, like, it only rolling into attack percent is a little bit disappointing. But, like, this is good. Right? Like, this is good. Especially since I'm using Lost Prayers. It's really easy for me to overcap crit. And having all my rolls into attack percent instead of crit here allows me to go much higher crit rate on my other pieces. Right, like my flower that I'm using right now is the one is this one, right? 7.4. And with this flower, I'm at 99.7, right? Lost Prayer hostage? I really am, yeah. My guy wants to reroll a 7-roll circle. Yeah, but the thing is, on Verissa, because you get so much attack percent, the attack percent rolls are worth a lot less than crit rolls. Right? Because, like, I'm getting Chevaleur's attack buff, I'm getting Noblesse attack buff, I'm getting Eon Sun C2 30% attack, Eon Sun flat attack, I'm getting Power Resonance. There's so much external attack. Alright, my total attack while I'm in the middle of a rotation.
널 체포하겠다. 카운트 시작. 하늘의 불꽃으로 벌한다.
4,400. 4,800 with the additional buff from her passive. Or was that the domain buff? I don't know if the domain buff gives attack percent or damage percent. I forgot. I know it gives crit, but I don't remember what the other thing is. Attack, yeah, 20% attack, but 20% isn't that much. I was at 4,800, minus 20% would be like 4,600. 4,600 attack is a lot, man. It's a lot of attack. But yeah. Main thing I need right now is just a good on-piece, either feather or flower. Because I have a lot of good off-pieces for feather and flower, but my onsets are just kind of disappointing. Alright, like, this is my best one for this. It's not bad, but a 7-liner, including 3 rolls of attack percent on a feather? And then you see that, oh, my Sands is an 8-liner with 7 rolls of crit. My Circlet is a 7-liner. That's not a 7-liner, actually. That's a 6-liner, but still. Right, and like this in comparison is fucking pathetic, right? And then this piece is kind of an Agacha scam piece, right? I'm just using it because it's a 9-roller, but like, it's kind of a fake 9-roller. But the problem is I don't have a real 9-roller. I don't have a 9-roller that didn't roll a fuck ton of VR. I have a couple 8-rollers, but they're much worse quality. Like the roll value is pretty low on my 8-rollers. Except on this one, but this one's used on Skirk, so I can't yoink it anyways. And it's a lot of attack, right? Instead of a lot of crit value. Oh yeah, that shit pissed me off. I remember that. You calculate lines? Sometimes I say them interchangeably because my brain stops working. But artifacts are either 3-liners or 4-liners, right? That is to say, at +0, they either have 3 or 4 stats, right? Right, this is a 4-liner, this is a 3-liner. And then from that, you can count the useful lines and the useful rolls. When I say an 8 roller, what I'm referring to is an artifact that has rolled a useful stat a total of 8 times, including the starting lines. So... do I even fucking have one I can show? I mean, sure, this. Alright, this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Alright, a total of 8 useful rolls. This is an 8 roller. The artifact I'm using on Veressa is a 9 roller if you count ER, but it's a 6 roller if you don't. ER is technically useful for Veressa, but it's not that great of a stat, so it's kind of a fake 9 roller. Like, it's technically a 9 roller, but not really. But because Akasha maxing is kind of scuffed for Veressa, this is a good Akasha maxing piece. Because ER on Veressa is actually considered valuable, and they have a different leaderboards for different ER breakpoints. So a piece like this is actually really good for Akasha leaderboards, even though it's not that insane in practice. But it's not bad in practice either. Right, like ER is useful, it's just not necessary to have that much. ER is actually good, yeah. It's just, Veressa's kind of a weird character with energy. Is that, yeah, that is a remnant of the Bloodstained arc, yeah. But yeah, ER and Veressa is kind of weird because I mean, I guess that's not necessarily the case in Stygian Onslaught anymore. In Abyss, Veressa ER requirements kind of just don't matter. Because if you don't have enough energy to burst, who cares? And most of the time, you don't need a full rotation to kill, so you might notice, oh, I don't need to use my burst here, because whether I use burst or another plunge attack, the enemy will die, so I might as well keep my energy for the next chamber, right? Like, I have a skill available, why not use the skill instead of using up the energy I could instead save for the next rotation? Right? So in practice, in Abyss, ER and Veressa just doesn't fucking matter. In Stygian Onslaught, it matters a little bit more. Because it's one fight that lasts a long period. So theoretically, the most rolls or lines you can get is 9 to... It's 9, yeah. If you start as a 4-liner, and all 4 lines are useful, then it's guaranteed to end up with a total of 9 useful rolls at level 20. That's why when you get a 4-liner with crit attack EM on a, like, for a Vade character, for example, you see that and you're like, I've already won. Even if this rolls only into attack and EM, it's still a good piece. Obviously, it'll be a bit disappointing if it doesn't roll into crit at all, but it's still going to be a good piece. And that's also why those sorts of pieces are the best reroll targets, right? If it's a 4-liner that only has useful lines, but it kind of rolled the stats you didn't want. I probably have an example of that. Yeah, this is a great example of that, actually. Right? This sort of piece is like the perfect target for the artifact reroller. it looks bad. Yeah, it kind of looks bad, but it's an amazing piece. For whom? I mean, obviously this would generally be for a character like Mawika in a Molani team, or Molani in a Mawika team. But yeah, it's a great piece for Auron too. Or it's just a good off piece, right? Like, this is a 9 roller, and you can't get more than 9 rolls. So, like, depending on what other things you have, this might be part of your best possible build on a character. Isn't it good as is? Well, it's guaranteed to roll at least as good, right? The question, the thing is, like, sure, it's already good, but the odds of getting an upgrade if you reroll this are pretty good. And on top of that, it's incredibly unlikely that you will find another piece that will be better. And so rerolling a piece like this is a good long-term choice on top of being like pretty decent short-term. Because you're not finding something that's going to start better at +0 than this did. This is pretty much already the best possible piece you're going to get looking at the +0 piece. And so in the long run, a piece like this is staying on your characters forever. Right? You can reroll it until you get the perfect rolls, and once you have, it's the perfect piece. The only annoying thing here is that you don't get to see what roll value you had at +0, right? Because 5.8 crit rate, right, that's 2 rolls of crit, we know that. But is that 2.7 plus 3.1? Or is that 3.1 plus 2.7? Was the 3.1 roll the first one or the second one? If it's the first one, then that means that the +0 piece is a little bit better than if it's the second one. Enka shows a roll value at +0, does it? Oh, that's really nice if it does. Is it reliable? Right, is the first roll, like, is that guaranteed the first roll? Like, they know that for sure? It was accurate for me? Alright, bet. In that case, you can use Enka to check what your piece was like at +0, right? On Enka, if you have roll quality checked here, right? It tells you, it's kind of hard to see because it's pretty small for you guys, especially those of you that are watching in lower quality, so I'll screenshot it and open it in Paint. Oh yeah, I forgot about this. Well, it's fine. Anyways, you guys can see, like, the dots, right? You can see it, on each roll, it has a certain number of dots under the roll. It's from 1 to 3, or 1 to 4 dots. 1 dot means it's a minimum roll. 4 dots means it's a maximum roll, right? And so you look at the first roll, right? And that's the one that it had at +0. What that means is that if I were to target this flower for reroll, I know that it would start at 3.5 crit rate, 7% crit damage, 23 EM, 14 flat attack. Even if you don't know the value, right? More dots on the first roll is better. Just remember that. I'm gonna be honest, I didn't realize this was so good. My god, what an insane... That was max rolls of crit and crit damage and high rolls of attack percent and EM. This is such a good target, isn't it? My goodness. This one's a lot worse of a target, huh? So if I'm rerolling something, I'm probably rerolling the Arlecchino Goblet, not the Maika one. I wonder if I use my guaranteed 3 rolls on this instead of on a recipes. Probably, actually. Unless I craft a really good goblet next batch, which is possible, to be fair. Exactly 3.5, or like there's a range. I mean, the range, it's not actually a range, it's one of 4 values. Minimum roll, low roll, high roll, maximum roll. 3 dots is the 3rd highest, which is going to be the high roll, and for crit rate, the 3rd highest is 3.5. Or actually, it's actually it's exactly 3.5. Well, no, it's 3.495. But it's 3.5. When does a reroll pity proc? When you reach 6.6 or the roll after? I think it's when you reach it, because this says advanced reshape. For when I hit the 6 out of 6. I hope that when I hit 7 out of 6, it also fills up this thing, and I don't just waste it. Because if I waste it, I'll be a little pissed off. I guess we'll find out next batch. It does? It was a multiple choice question. You can't just answer yes. If I'm using Instructor Shilonen in BMX, is it better to use Shilonen EN2 after Bennett Burst? It will be more uptime, yes. But you'll lose Bennett Burst uptime. So it kind of depends. But generally, yeah, it's a little bit better. I will say though, unless you're against Tulpa, generally I'd lean a little bit more towards Petra Shilonen than towards Instructor Shilonen. Against Tulpa, obviously Petra gives you hydro damage, so you don't want that. But against the rest, Petra just tends to be better. Anyways, chat. Is it time to record the EMILIE Ask ZAJEF? I suppose it is. If there's any Discord mods that can go make a ping on Discord, I'll also make a community post. EMILIE is finally getting her first rerun. So I'll be answering your questions for her Ask ZAJEF today on stream. See you there. Smile. And then we give the link. And we pin the link. Discord was paying. Thank you very much.
잘 부탁할게.
Let's give her gear back. That's not the right gear, is it? This is the right gear. Yeah, that's what we're supposed to be using. Alright, chat, you can say hi to YouTube. Be nice. Okay. We got a fucking exercise redeem as soon as I started this. We haven't started the recording yet, so I guess we might as well do it. But frick you.
괜찮다면 오늘자 신문을 사러 같이 가줄 수 있을까?
Oh, fuck. Nope. Nope. I did the negatives too slowly, so I ran out of strength too early. Cooked. 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 It's fine. Happens. Hello, beautiful people, and welcome. Hi to the EMILIE Ask ZAJEF. And, yeah, EMILIE is certainly a character of all time.
정교한 레이스 부츠에 뿌리길 좋아해. 그럼 부채질할 때
Please
은은한
cease the yap.
정말 절
So, EMILIE is kind of a weird character. Honestly, EMILIE getting a rerun is likely to be the main reason why we got Lava Dragon in Abyss. Or, sorry, in Siege and Onslaught. But before we can talk about EMILIE's overall power, unfortunately, we're gonna have to talk about Siege and Onslaught as a game mode. Because honestly, it has a pretty major impact on EMILIE's presence in the meta. So let's quickly talk about Siege Onslaught. So, this patch, they added a new endgame mode called Siege Onslaught, and in this mode, we have 3 bosses, 2 minutes on each, with DPS requirements that are a decent bit higher than floor 12 of Abyss for the highest, like, difficulty that gives you rewards. Alright, so I'm talking about Fearless, difficulty 5. Just looking at the DPS requirements, if we go take a look here, alright, the Hydro Tulpa has 7.6 million HP, 7658830. You have 2 minutes, which means that your DPS requirements is at around 64k. Lava Dragon Statue and the Cryo Automaton have different HP thresholds, but they also have mechanics that that give them really high resistances. So just looking at HP thresholds, I think Tulpa is a pretty good example to take. So, DPS requirements, north of 60k. You start without energy. For most teams, it's going to take you at least 5 seconds to get the energy you need on your supports. And most teams generally end up with needing about 10 seconds. Or throwing the first rotation without one of the supports bursts, which makes you lose a bit of DPS in your first rotation. But effectively, right, I think it's pretty reasonable to assume that you shouldn't expect a team with 64k DPS to be able to clear. And I think assuming about 10 seconds of building burst at the start is pretty reasonable, right? So your actual DPS requirement here is around 70k or higher. That's assuming everything goes perfectly. In practice, it does not. Generally, when it comes to Abyss, I've talked about how when your DPS requirement is 50k, most people will struggle heavily to clear unless their team has at least 80k DPS. I think that's a pretty reasonable expectation here as well. Maybe the gap's a little bit smaller because you're only against one boss. But a lot of these bosses also have additional mechanics that will make you lose time. So a 70k DPS requirement for like hard requirement generally translates to something like 90 to 100k actual DPS requirement. We can compare that to Abyss, right? We look at the current Abyss. And there's some AoE, so it's a little hard to make a perfect comparison. But this is Stygian Onslaught. This is Abyss. Let's take what we have here, right? So we have the Spirit Seeker. We have 2 Citizen Mages. We have 2 Ruin enemies, a PMA, and then the PMA also spawns additional Ruin enemies, right? So your total HP here is going to be 520k. There's 2 of them, but if you have AoE, you will kill both around the same time. 289k, or sorry, 2.8 mil. Another 700k. That's AoE. Another around 700k from the wave of rune enemies spawned by the PMA, and then the PMA HP, which is 2.7 million. Here, you have 3 minutes for both things. But another way we can look at it is that you've got two sides that each have about 90 seconds. Here, this one loses maybe 10 seconds to the shield, and this one loses about 10 seconds to the phase as well. So maybe 80 seconds each. Even if you lose 15 seconds instead, right? You can see the DPS requirements for Abyss are lower. And then on top of that, in Abyss, if one of your teams is stronger, the leftover time from that minute 30 can be used up on the next chamber. In Siege and Onslaught, that's not the case. So not only is the DPS requirement higher, but your time isn't shared between your teams, so one team doing well doesn't help your other teams do better. You don't have Abyss cards that also give you buffs. You don't have Abyss ley lines that can give you buffs, at least to some characters. And you need 3 full teams that don't share any gear or characters. Basically, just in terms of DPS requirements, Siege and Onslaught is definitely noticeably harder than Abyss 12. That means that if you focus your account on attempting to be able to do Siege and Onslaught, you'll be able to do Abyss without too much of a problem. Because of that, I now consider Siege and Onslaught difficulty 5 to be the main endgame mode that accounts are getting built towards. But as you may have noticed, if you've played this Siege and Onslaught at all, the bosses have some unique mechanics that they don't have in Abyss or Overworld that can potentially make them more difficult to do. So, the Cryo Automaton doesn't have a really different mechanic, but its Cryo Bar is harder to keep down, so you need more Cryo. The Tulpa spawns some mini Tulpas that need to be killed, absolutely, otherwise it heals a lot. And in order to kill them, you can either one-shot them with Cryo, or hate your life trying to either break the really high gauge Hydro Shield, or kill them when they're pretty tanky. And then the Lava Dragon, obviously has pretty high resistances until you fill up the Pyro Bar, and filling up the Pyro Bar is even harder than it is in Abyss and Overworld. Basically, if you don't have teams that are well tailored towards each boss, it's going to be a lot more difficult. Against the Secret Source Automaton, if you look at what the best teams can do, right? Right now, the best team for Cryo Automaton is without much competition, a Skirk team. If you do a Skirk team with Escoffier, Farina, and +1, right? Whether it's Shenhe, Molani, Dahlia, Kate, like, it doesn't matter who the last one is, right? You do a team like this, on my account, I'm able to clear in less than 70 seconds. My strongest team that is not a cryo carry can just barely clear this in 120. And I have pretty high investment in terms of artifact investments and pretty solid builds, right? Obviously, I don't have constellations or signature weapons on my account, but still, it's just barely able to clear if I'm not using the optimal units. And unfortunately, that's just kind of the reality of Siege and Onslaught. It's going to encourage specific characters, and if you don't have them, things will be much more difficult. And because of that, a character just being overall good isn't really that big of a deal anymore. No matter how good Verissa is, she's not clearing this shit in time on my account. And so, if the bosses in the current version of Siege and Onslaught are bosses that don't favor Verissa teams, it's very possible that my Verissa is just going to be sitting on the bench. The reason why this is important is because previously, I used to say that supports are a lot more important than carries, because you only need 2 teams, and getting more supports helps you be ready for more different scenarios, and supports will stay on your account for longer, so when a new carry comes out, that's much better. If you already have the good supports for them, you can go for them and have a team that is a major upgrade over what you currently have, right? Now, it's starting to come into question whether that's the case anymore. While good supports are good, obviously, and supports in general have a certain, or provide a certain upside through allowing more variety, if you don't have the carries that are good against the specific bosses that are in the current Siege and Onslaught, you might end up in a situation where even if you have good teams and good builds, your account is just incapable of clearing difficulty 5. That's actually the case for a lot of people that skipped Escoffier and Skirk. Well, it's technically possible to clear the Secret Source Automaton without them. There's even a 4-star only clear out there with Kea, Chongyun, Rosaria, and Yeon-san. That shit is hard, and it needs, like, perfect builds. So there's a lot of very good accounts that have very good builds that are just currently not able to clear the current Onslaught. And so if what you care about is having an account that is able to keep clearing Onslaught long term, the main thing that you want to be looking for on 5-star characters is either characters that are much better than their alternatives in their respective archetypes, or characters that will fit in multiple different archetypes and be able to effectively be good against multiple different Siege and Onslaught bosses. So where exactly does EMILIE fit in there? Well, unfortunately, she is not a significant upgrade over anyone in any of her teams. That's the unfortunate reality of EMILIE's power. While she is oftentimes one of the best options, if not sometimes the best option for her teams, the gap is rarely big. Which means that obtaining EMILIE instead of obtaining someone else is honestly pretty unlikely to make that much of a difference in whether or not you're able to clear a Siege and Onslaught boss. That being said, EMILIE does have an upside in terms of potentially enabling a pseudo-burning team on characters that don't care that much about burning if you need burning. So, for example, in the current Siege and Onslaught with the Lava Dragon statue that heavily encourages burning teams, you can use EMILIE on a team like an Arlecchino team, for example, and you can end up breaking the Lava Dragon's bar more quickly. The biggest problem with that is that while these teams will break the bar more quickly, they don't need to. These teams generally don't struggle to break the bar fast enough, even without EMILIE, to still clear the boss. And so while EMILIE maybe even part of the best Arlecchino team you can make, depending on what you have on your account, against a Lava Dragon statue. She's also very far from necessary. The difference in clear time between using EMILIE here and using a character like Kazuha, or even just Sucrose, won't be that big. You'll get your clear, or you'll get the down a little bit faster, but these teams can already get 2 downs, even without EMILIE. EMILIE doesn't allow for a 3rd down, and the damage during the down is going to be a little bit lower with EMILIE. All in all, this isn't to say that EMILIE is a bad character. But when it comes to the long-term power of your account, because EMILIE just doesn't do that much for any of the teams, and because the teams that EMILIE helps turn into burning teams for stuff like Lava Dragon generally have alternatives to her, right? These teams can bring one more Pyro unit over Shredder. If you look at Electro carries, right? If you're doing something like this, maybe. EMILIE's usable here, but you can also just use Chevreuse because Changeling's app is good enough that you'll still be able to get 2 downs. It just makes it a little bit more unnecessary. Because of that, I'd say that EMILIE is one of the characters that has just the least amount of pull value, especially with the release of Siege and Onslaught. Because honestly, she's just not important to her teams. The main teams where EMILIE sees play in the current Siege and Onslaught is obviously with Kenichi teams. But just like many of the other teams in Kenichi teams, EMILIE isn't necessary. EMILIE will get you your first down a little bit more quickly, but you can still reliably get 2 downs on Kenichi teams that don't use her. And other characters, like Yeon-san, for example, just still work fairly well here. The main upside that EMILIE provides is that her giving you burning uptime without having to swap to Kenichi helps you get your down a little bit more quickly, which makes you less reliant on using a fast pyro like Xiangling, and which lets you get away with using something like either Maoika or a throwaway 4-star that allows you to use Maoika and Xiangling on this side, for example. Right, like you can use something like Yeon-san Amber here. And that allows you to still be able to do your whatever strong team you want to use for the Tulpa. And EMILIE does have some value in that sense of allowing you a little bit more flexibility. But unless the boss is the burning boss, she probably won't see much play. There's a few other bosses that can favor EMILIE, mainly the Tulpa can, but we know that Tulpa is coming next patch in Siege and Onslaught, and the boss description for Tulpa in the next patch makes it seem like EMILIE won't be as good here, because the shield is much bigger, but you have more time to break it. But then when you finish breaking the shield, the Tulpa loses HP based on the Night Soul damage you dealt. But EMILIE doesn't do Night Soul damage, and burning is not Night Soul damage. So depending on how exactly that works, it's very possible that breaking it a little bit faster with EMILIE isn't actually better. Did I call it Tulpa? I meant Papilla. You know what I meant. But yeah, so EMILIE will help you break the shield a little bit faster, but will that actually lead to a faster clear? Not entirely sure yet. But that also obviously means that even if she is good, she's not going to be important. She's going to be very replaceable. Is it possible that we get things in the future that make EMILIE better? Yes. Right? Small leak yap. So for those of you that don't want leakers, I guess I already did a little bit of leaker yap, but editors can maybe put this before I did the leaker yap. Whatever. Leakers warning. Anyways. We're getting a new character next patch that changes the way the electrocharge reaction works when they're on your team. Changes it to lunar charge. If that's supposed to be the overarching theme in Nodcry, characters that change reactions, then we'll probably get a changed burning reaction at some point as well. And if that changed burning reaction is something that happens on a pyro carry, then obviously, in order to get burning for them, you'll need a dendro support. And if you need a dendro support, and that changed burning reaction doesn't scale well with EM, like base burning doesn't scale well with EM, then you're not going to really want to use Nahida, and EMILIE will obviously be your best choice. But we have no information on changed burning stuff whatsoever. We don't even know if it will happen. So I wouldn't pull EMILIE for that, because if it does end up making EMILIE more relevant, she's probably going to get a rerun then. You can just get her when she does become relevant, if she does. All of this to say, power level aside, EMILIE's just not that valuable of a character. I haven't actually talked much about her actual power level, so let me just quickly mention that. In terms of power level, EMILIE is a very balanced character, which in Natlan meta, which has seen power creep, an unbalanced character is not a word you're happy hearing if you are thinking of getting EMILIE to make your account stronger. The amount of damage that EMILIE provides to a team isn't, like, insignificant. But damage is the only thing that EMILIE provides. She also technically makes it so that your self-burning damage is lower, but that is rarely relevant. So the main thing she's providing is damage. And just in terms of the amount of damage she's providing, the unfortunate reality is that she does similar damage to other characters that provide damage and other things. Her output is similar to Escoffier, but Escoffier is also buffing the fuck out of the rest of your team and giving you a healer for Farina. If we go back to the leakers for next patch, right, you compare her damage to Inefa's damage, and Inefa's damage is noticeably higher, on top of also providing you with a shield. The main upside that she has is that fulfilling her requirement is a little bit easier. Because Bennett is so broken that any team that can use Bennett wants to use Bennett, which already makes it much easier to get your burning requirement for EMILIE. Whereas when you look at Inefa teams, Hydro units don't synergize that well with Inefa, so it's a bit harder to fulfill her Hydro requirement without having some anti-synergy in the team. If you look at Escoffier, obviously, she makes it so you're not even allowed to use Bennett. So, right now, she still has that going for her at the very least. But with more characters getting released in the future, she's likely, or it's pretty likely that there's going to be some characters that just perform better than she does in the teams, that have more strict requirements, but where you can fill those requirements easily. We might have a mono pyro support that will just be significantly better than EMILIE and the Arlecchino team I mentioned earlier, for example. Anyways, that's it for the overall place in the meta. EMILIE's not a bad character, but she's held back by how balanced she is. Which, in a meta that sees a lot of unbalanced characters, just doesn't do enough. So now, let's move on to questions from chat. So chat, if you have any questions, go ahead. As usual, if you want to ask a question for the video, make sure you mention me in your message so I know which chat messages are questions and which ones aren't. If EMILIE was from Natlan, would she be meta? Like, you're asking if she had the same kit, but could use Cinder City? I mean, she'd be a bit better, but I don't think she'd... I mean, it's not that she's not meta right now. Like, she is meta. She is part of the best possible team for a few characters that are pretty good. Right? And as long as a character is at least pretty good, they're likely to be the best possible carry if the current stage in Onslaught has a boss that's designed for them. Like Kanich, for example. Although, a little questionable whether he's actually better than Varissa, but... Anyways. But EMILIE is arguably part of Kanich's best team against the Lava Dragon. So saying that she's not meta wouldn't really be accurate. Like, she is meta. But a character being meta and a character being, like, highly valued, to me, are very different things. And I think she's not highly valued at all. Is she still cooked for weapon options? I remember it was Sig or Bust when she released. I mean, it's not that she's cooked on weapon options. It's that her signature is insane. Which makes the gap between having Sig and not having Sig pretty big. I will say, though, they have released a lot of broken Sigs lately, where the gap between having them and not having them is close to EMILIE. She's still among the highest ones for difference between Sig and alternatives, but she's not standing there alone anymore. Let's just put it that way. Next question. Can you run Burn Vein Molani with EMILIE? Yes, you can. The biggest issue with Burn Vein Molani is that it's going to be hard to get a Hydro Aura, so most of the time you have to give up on getting Cinder City with Chilonen or getting VV on an animal character. Which can be a little bit annoying. But the teams also tend to be a lot more mechanically easy to play if you don't try to get a Hydro Crystallize or Hydro Swirl through your burning. So they do have some upsides. I will say, the content where Molani is good is few and far between. The only like, okay, there are two main things that Molani does much better than other carries. And like I've mentioned in the very long intro to this video, with character or with bosses being tailored towards specific carries, that's the sort of stuff you're looking for in carries. So what is it that can make Milani better than other carries versus specific bosses? So one, she's a forward vape carry. So if there's some form of incentive for forward vape, she will like that. And two, she's a carry that hits very slowly. So if there's an incentive for hitting slowly, she's gonna like that. That's actually the case for the next Siege and Onslaught with the turtle. The local legend turtle punishes you really hard for hitting it often. And so the optimal characters to use for the turtle are going to be characters that hit slowly, like Milani. The biggest problem with using EMILIE in a Milani team is that EMILIE hits quickly. So that completely destroys that upside against the turtle. You can't use EMILIE Milani against the turtle because EMILIE by herself just fills up the turtle's bar and makes it shield up instantly. And so, going for EMILIE in order to make your Milani team better, for me, is a pretty bad idea. Generally, when EMILIE is good with a Milani team, she's not the only option. And there's also a lot of times when Milani's strengths get countered by EMILIE being on the team. Next question. Does EMILIE make Airfire more fun? Yes, 100%. A 100%. But Siege and Onslaught is not Airfire friendly, so it doesn't matter. How much better is EMILIE Reverie and Mawika Deepwood versus EMILIE Deepwood and Mawika Codex? Oh, that shit is like within like less than a 5% difference generally. Like, it's really, really close. You just go for whichever one you want. I'll say specifically against a Lava Dragon because it kind of just ignores half of your Mawika bursts because it has really high power resistance. You'd probably rather go Deepwood Mawika over Deepwood EMILIE, but it's not even going to be that big of a difference. More importantly, getting a good Reverie set, unless you're also going for a good Bond of Life set, is kind of just not worth it. The only teams where getting a good Reverie set on EMILIE is a major upgrade over Deepwood are teams where someone else can hold Deepwood without losing damage, which are honestly very few and far between. There are teams where it's a minor upgrade. There are barely any teams where it's a major one. Yeah, it's pretty much just when you're using Daya that it's a major upgrade. Daya or Toma in a Kenichi team, I suppose. Alright, next question. If I already have Emilie C0 or 0, would it be better to try to pull for her Sig and risk pulling Mawika's or her C1? So, the reality is that it kind of depends. Emilie's Sig is kind of hard to properly quantify because Emilie's Burst is weird. Emilie's Burst is an ability that is worth using, but isn't so good that you actively want to build ER for it. Unless your current build is only missing like 10% ER to burst every rotation, at which point it is worth sacrificing a little bit of damage for 10% ER. But if you're missing like 30-40% ER, the damage you'll have to sacrifice is probably just too high. What that means is that because her weapon gives her energy and basically trivializes her ER requirements, depending on what the rest of your artifacts look like, the upgrade you get from her weapon can range a lot. It can vary a lot. So, for example, if you look at my Deepwood build, right? My best Deepwood circlet is this one, even without looking at the ER, right? My other options, pretty shit, right? So I have 10% ER for quote-unquote free. My best Sands, same thing, another 10% for quote-unquote free. My best Feather, same thing, this one's 11.7% for quote-unquote free. And I'm off base on the flower, and the reality is that my artifact quality for flowers that have ER is much higher than my artifact quality for flowers that don't. And so if I were to use something other than this, something that doesn't have ER, it would not be a major upgrade to my damage. That means I'm in a situation where I have a 147 ER on Emilie without going out of my way to really get any. In a lot of teams, this is enough ER to burst every rotation, and so getting Emilie's signature would honestly just not do nearly as much for me as it does for people that don't have a bunch of throwaway ER on their builds. But that's incredibly build specific, right? Like, the reason why this is good for me is because I don't really have a piece that has a lot of crit rate, a lot of crit damage, and a lot of attack percent, or just a lot of crit rate and crit damage. It's because I have accidental ER on all my good pieces. If I cared about Emilie a lot, and I got her signature, I'd go back to farming, either Reverie or Deepwood, until I got artifacts that don't have as much ER, and have more attack and more crit. But I don't. So even if I got her signature, it wouldn't be as much of an upgrade for me as it is for a lot of other players that don't have this amount of ER for quote-unquote free. But what that means is that for me, if I wanted to upgrade my Emilie, it would likely be a lot better to get her C1 than it would be to get her Sig. But for you, it's probably just gonna depend. The best upside for... okay. It actually, in my eyes, if you're not in the same situation as me where you have a lot of ER just for free, it's probably just a question of the banner quality overall, right? If you're someone who doesn't have Eonsan C6, it probably makes the decision lean a little bit more in favor of the character banner. If you're someone who either has Mawika without her Sig, or you play Kinich and you don't have Kinich's Sig, right? You're using Kinich on like Serpent Spine or something, then that would make things lean more towards the weapon banner. It's more of a situational thing, though. Anyways, next question. Would you pull for her again if you knew the Nutland lineup? Honestly, no. The main reason why I pulled her is because I expected there to be characters that relied on burning archetypes afterwards, and I expected EMILIE to be important to that archetype. But with the way they've gone about it, she kind of just isn't important to the archetype. On top of that, I didn't expect that I would want to go for every Nutland 5-star, but it turned out that I did. So my primos saved up went from 100k to 50k from Nutland. So I if I could go back in time, I would definitely skip EMILIE. Do you think Inefa will end up going the same way as EMILIE? That's kind of hard to say, right? The reality is that, unlike EMILIE, Inefa actually does a lot of damage. But the thing is, she kind of got cooked. Like, she got pretty heavily nerfed, and she's a lot less good now than in V1 or V2 or V3. Whatever, she's a lot less good than she was in the previous versions. She is still a lot more damage than EMILIE is, but it's less of a gap than it was. As long as she keeps the snapshot, if the numbers don't change, I definitely am more optimistic for her than I am with EMILIE, but I'm not as optimistic for her as I was for Escoffier. Let's just put it that way. Next question. Outside of Kinich teams, isn't EMILIE just a Shangling side grade? It kind of depends. But it's not a bad way to think about her. Yeah. Anyways, next question. What sort of character do you think could take advantage of EMILIE's kid and Nodcry? So I mentioned that earlier, but if they end up making a pyro character that has a changed burning reaction, like they release a new character, they give him a solar burning reaction. It's a pyro carry. You want to use Bennett on them, and I don't know what else. You want to use Bennett? You want to use Kazuha? Something like that? Right? Then the last slot is very likely to... The best last slot is very likely to be EMILIE. But again, if they do make something like that, it's very likely they're also going to make an EMILIE rerun. So, yeah. How good is EMILIE in teams where you want Nahida but don't have Nahida? Well, it depends on what teams. If you're trying to play Hyper Bloom, she's dog shit. If you're trying to play Molani, she's alright. She's a pretty solid replacement. Next question. How good is Emilie's weapon for Arlecchino? It's not very good. A lot of people don't realize this, but the trigger requirement for Luminous Elegy is really difficult to fulfill on a Pyro character. Right? Triggering burning is not actually something that Pyro characters can do unless you run out of Dendro. And run out of Pyro. Or you react away the Pyro. Basically, you'll trigger it maybe once at the very start, and that's it. Emilie doesn't care because she's Dendro, so she can re-trigger burning, and she can obviously deal Dendro damage to burning opponents. But with Arlecchino, right, you trigger this maybe once if you go to your Dendro character before you use Arlecchino's skill, and that's it. Then you never trigger it again. And so all this is a crit rate 5-star static with 15% attack. Which isn't awful, but it's also not good. Same applies to Channeling? Yes, same applies to Channeling. Although with Channeling, you can end up playing Emilie and like Farina, for example. And Farina wiping the... Or like Nahida and Farina or something like that, whatever, right? And Farina wiping the burning allows Channeling to trigger burning again. So then you could potentially get it. But, yeah, no. Just don't bother. Don't bother. It's pretty much an Emilie exclusive weapon. Alright, next question. Who are the Emilie alternatives in a Kenichi team / burning team with Pyro carries? Basically, who is the Emilie alternative, if any? Side grade alternatives for Kenichi teams, right? Assuming you go from the default Kenichi team, which is with Maoika. Emilie, right? Where's Emilie? Where's Maoika? I don't know. They're up here, aren't they? Yeah. Alright, side grade alternatives to Emilie here is pretty much only Eon-san. Your other alternatives generally tend to be minor downgrades. But even minor downgrades don't tend to be that much worse. Right? You can use Auroron, you can use... If you're not against a Lava Dragon, you can use characters like Escoffier too. You can just use any random Deepwood holder. Put the Seed Lolly in the bag? Yeah, I mean, you can use Seed Lolly, but don't. Escoffier, you mean Farina? No, I mean Escoffier. You can also obviously use Farina, yeah. Although, I'm not a huge fan of Farina with Maoika here. I prefer Farina Shangling over Farina Maoika, but... No, Escoffier is usable in this team. It's a minor downgrade though, but still. Realistically, I haven't done calcs on it, but I wonder if C0R1 Escoffier is better than C0R1 Emilie, since the fork is so good. I wonder. I wonder. Anyways. Next question. Odd question, but does Emilie have any place on a Hyperloom team? No, she doesn't. If you're not proccing her passive, right? To upgrade the level of the lamp, her application is bad. And her damage is bad. She's not doing anything, basically. Right? So, actually, the application is the same. I'm Cornge. No, it's not. Because you have the Ascension passive as well. Eye for War. Yeah. But the main point here is that her application is like whatever. But more importantly, her damage is awful, and she doesn't give anything to your team. Like, she's technically usable, but she's probably not your best option. Maybe if we eventually get some Burgeon team supports, Emilie could see a resurgence in those teams, but I don't know. I don't know what sort of stuff to expect from future Burgeon stuff. Anyways, next question. Is she good for a third team after Skirk and Versa Overload? I have Arlecchino and Kaniche. I'd like to pull her, but not if she's gonna be benched next to Onslaught. She's probably gonna be benched next to Onslaught if you pull for her. Like, maybe not. Maybe next Onslaught you'd use her with Kaniche in against the Papilla. And she's definitely one of your options, right? You said you have Skirk and Versa Overload. So, like, without looking at the bosses too much. Well, I guess we will look at the bosses. Boss 2 in Next Stage and Onslaught is the Turtle. If you don't have Milani, you probably want to try to use Freeze. You probably use a Freeze team, or the heck is Escoffier? She's up here, of course she is. You probably use a off-field Hydro instead of Shanghai or Milani here. So either Singh or Yelan. Then, you said you also have a Versa Overload team. Boy, where would you want to use that? Probably here. Not that you're happy to use it here, but you're coping, I guess. Probably use the Versa Overload team against a Cactus. So you're looking for a team for Papilla? I guess you would use Kaniche here. Yeah. So you probably would not bench Emilie, based on what you have for the next one. But you might bench her for the one after. Not sure. We don't know what bosses it's going to be for the one after yet. But again, I'm not sure yet. Actually, should I ask people? Does anyone know how the Papilla mechanic work? I don't think we know. Let me ask the other people that look at leak stuff. Because it kind of matters. Sorry. Alright, I'm back, chat. Alright, chat. I gotta. Okay, chat. Let me share with you guys what was sent to me. Okay. So, amazing visuals. Um, hmm. Okay, this makes sense. But that's not what we care about here. Okay, so. Papilla, higher direct damage during shield phase is higher shield break damage. A conversion of direct damage to shield break damage is larger with a higher ratio of Night Soul damage instances. Burning versus Chaska clears the shield equally as fast, but most of Chaska's damage is Night Soul damage. It does much more shield break damage. The damage is affected by reactions. Okay. Some slower shield break teams like normal Mawika Melt may clear the boss faster just because of stronger direct damage. I see. Starts off with a shield. Papilla is still attacking as normal, yeah. After broken Papilla. After you break it, Papilla stays unshielded for 20 seconds and then gets a shield back. Kenichi and Chaska both take a little bit over 20 seconds to break it. Okay. Papilla, shield broken without Night Soul at all, has a max HP of 200k break damage. With Night Soul, the hard cap is 30% max HP. Okay. In that case, EMILIE should be pretty solid, but not necessary. EMILIE will break the shield a little bit faster than the alternatives, but there'll be less carryover damage, so it's not going to be necessary at all. You'll be completely fine using something else. Alright, next question. So normal Maui Mel will be good there, yeah. And the Maui Mel seems like it's going to be pretty good there as well, yeah. Although it does have slightly higher resistances with the shield up than after you break the shield. But it's not that big of a difference. Does that mean Kenichi should be doing his actual combo against Villa instead of only spamming normal attack? Yes, that is what that means indeed. Assuming that information is accurate. Still don't understand. Will Nvidia official be? Oh, we're not. We're currently talking. This is the EMILIE asks ZAJEF. Keep your questions for the cactus for later. Is she at the top of her capacity in the current meta/Asian onslaught? Is she just a niche character? Are you asking like if this is the best EMILIE's gonna be with the current boss lineup? Because like yeah, pretty much. It's hard for them to design a boss that favors EMILIE as much as this boss does. It's possible, but it's hard. How good is Overburn with EMILIE? It's okay. The biggest problem with Overburn is that if you have fast pyro, you won't have good quicken uptime. Right? In order to trigger quicken, you need to remove the pyro and then apply electro before you reapply pyro. So if you have fast pyro, it's going to be hard to maintain that quicken, and you're just going to end up losing it pretty quickly. But if you have slow pyro, you're not going to get a lot of overload, so there's not going to be much of an upside to using a pyro character instead of a buffer like Shilonen. So you're kind of like, yeah. It works. It's one of your options. It's not necessarily your best option, but it works. It's fine. Alright, next and last question. Is it ever worth putting EMILIE on a supportive set like TOM or Noblesse rather than a more damage-focused set? Yes and no. The reality is that if a support set is good, you generally want to use Deepwood. And if there's someone else that can use Deepwood, they can also either use Noblesse or TOM. So rather than giving EMILIE Noblesse and that other character Deepwood, you'll give that other character Noblesse and EMILIE Deepwood, because EMILIE benefits from the 15 Dendro damage %. So there's very little, if any, situations where EMILIE actually will want to use TOM or Noblesse. That does it for the EMILIE asks ZAJEF. EMILIE is a character who is, in my opinion, honestly pretty well designed balance-wise. But Natlin kind of ruined that. I'm not a fan of the trend of power creep. I think that characters designed at around EMILIE's power level that are strong in specific scenarios, but not necessary to any teams, I think tend to be pretty healthy for the meta. But healthy for the meta and valuable to get are two different things. And unfortunately, EMILIE doesn't really reach that threshold for me to consider her valuable to get. That being said, she is at the very least good enough that if she's your favorite character and you just think she's really cool, you'll be able to use her and make her work pretty well. As usual, I hope you enjoyed, I hope you learned a thing or two, and I will see you guys in the next one. Bye, YouTube. Alright! Tell the editors? Sure. Recorded. Recorded, EMILIE, ask ZAJEF. Yeah, we can yap about the cactus in a second after I spend this resin. Dog shit. Alright. Scaffie's biggest problem, in my opinion, is Kirk being slightly stronger than she should be. Other than that, Scaffie made Cryo do shit again. I heavily disagree with that. Skirk is not the problem with Escoffier. Oh my goodness, not at all. Not at all. Escoffier is the problem with Skirk, not the other way around. Like, you need to understand, alright? Escoffier, Farina, Chaos, and Intel is significantly stronger than the best Ayaka team pre-Escoffier. It shouldn't be. Like, you look at Skirk power without Escoffier, right? And it's like, oh. Not nearly as good as the most recent carries. If Bennett was a cryo unit, a Skirk team that uses Bennett instead of Escoffier would be worse than a Verissa team, just in terms of damage. I feel like that's how you need to. That's the thought you need to realize just how much Escoffier is doing. Like, it's just too much. Like, it's just outright just too much. Anyways, and like, it's not inherently a bad thing for there to be a character that's necessary for an archetype. But I just think it sucks if that's a character you need to go out of your way to get. If they made it so that they gave Kaya Escoffier's passive, you know, a character that you're guaranteed to get for free, no problem with that whatsoever. At all. That's completely fine. But Escoffier being a 5-star means that in order for any cryo character to be good in a freeze team, you need to get a second 5-star. And you don't need, but you really want to get a third one with Farina. Which is... Ayaka, Farina, Shilonen, and Shenhe is better than Kaya with Escoffier? No, not even close. It is noticeably worse. Bro, Charlotte carry with Escoffier is better than Ayaka's best team without Escoffier. Fuck, Mika carry probably is too. What? Ah! No. No. No! Oh man. What have they done? I mean, it makes sense, right? GC Sim stuff makes double cryo a lot better because you get to actually do the 5 or 6 melt combos. Which are really difficult to do in practice, but you can code to get them reliably on the GC Sim. But yeah, it's not, yeah. Curious what the rotation is. Escoffier, skill. Maoika, skill. Bennett, skill burst. Citlali, skill burst. What's the name of Maoika's thing again? Flame Strider charged attack. Flame Strider charged. Alright, so... First one, 200k, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This is a 6 melt Maoika combo. Like, that's not real. But we can see we can see if I can get it. And then if I can get it, we can see if I can get it reliably. I'm kind of down. Where is she? Doesn't really matter, honestly. We actually need less damage. Otherwise the enemies are gonna die. I'll give a crit rate circlet though. So I can proc the fav. Oh, my jump didn't get registered. Alright. Whereas I can keep running forever. The C1 is helping the overworld for sure. So they start on his. I'll eat so I don't die like an idiot. I don't have my burst though. Oh. Oh. I think we'll be fine with this. So they do. I got it first try. You have to do Escoffier burst? No, you don't. But they do see Lully normal attack also? Yeah, but that's not necessary. It's something you can do, but you don't have to. I fucked that up. Yeah, I fucked it up. Okay. So it's definitely doable, but is it reliable? Probably not. I didn't get it there. I got the melt, but the last one was not burst buffed. Ah, I'm an idiot. We're cooked. We fucked up the timing for sure. Yeah. I swapped to the wrong character. Isn't see Lally normal attack just for timing? Kinda, yeah. But there's also ping, so it's... yeah. Fuck. Yeah, that was pretty bad. I kinda got it, but I didn't. I fucked up my normal attack or my charge attack combo in Mawika, but the setup was good. The application was fine. Fuck. Well, I still got it, kind of. But I kind of fucked up. It's fine though. Three, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, we got it. I fucked up real bad. Never mind, we still got it. No, we didn't. Did we? No, we didn't. Yeah, still. Is it possible to get 6 melts without double cryo? No. Maybe with Kaya it's possible. Maybe there's a setup with Kaya where it's possible. Because Kaya's app is the fastest one, but... Fuck, does that actually mean that Iskafi is the best last slot for Mawika? I mean, no, it's about the same as Yansan, right? And it's a lot harder to play. Well, I guess not, but still. Man. Nah. Yeah, it's a little tough to get it properly, but, like, it's doable. It's just, yeah. Oh, man. Oh, man. Well, I suppose now we know. Fuck, dude. I don't like this. With Arlecchino, you can get 7 melts. I mean, sure, but Arlecchino and Mawika are not the same. You get 7 melts on Arlecchino because Arlecchino stays on field longer, so you get 7 apps. After you've done 4 melts on Mawika, you don't have... Well, yeah, after you've done 4 melts on Mawika, you don't have Cryo, or you don't have Burst Buff anymore. So, like, yeah, you can melt more, but it's not doing any damage. You guys know what we need to do now. Wait, no. I just remembered. This don't work. Do it. Alright, I need 45. Ain't good enough. I can't believe I'm about to do this, man. Um... whatever. I really don't want to do this, but it is what it is, man! We are gonna die so many times, by the way, chat. Oh, God. I'm cooked. I had to scuff my setup, and it did not serve me well. I fucked up. I'm pretty sure my timing is off now. I think I'm cooked, chat. Sorry, I'm doing something else right now. I can't pay attention. Fuck. Yeah. This is too hard to play well, man. Like, I've done Malika clears here. I've done clears with this exact team, too. And it just feels easier when you don't try to do this combo. Is C0 EMILIE better than C1R1 Nahida for Kenichi teams? Probably, yeah. Nahida's not really good for Kenichi teams. I've done what I wanted to do. Looks doable. Oh yeah, it's 100% doable. But I wanted to see if it would be good, not just doable, and not really. I wonder if there's a setup that gets that combo with Rosaria. There might be. Or maybe not. Realistically, I don't want to test here. I'll just go back to this for testing. Because not starting with burst is kind of cooked. Is CDN1 better for melt as well? It is if you have enough app. The problem is having enough app. Solo cryo cannot get enough app. But some double cryo probably can. But you lose out on Escaffier damage. 9%. Doesn't matter. Yeah, I'll get this just because it's fucking crit. I'll get this for ER. Ditch this. Sure. Yeah. Level 20 weapon. Oh, she's been on Fab this whole time. Oopsie. That was not intentional. She was supposed to be on TDDS, but it's fine. Okay, so the problem with Rosaria is that the uptime is lower, so we won't be able to do Rosaria before Mawika. Well, he walked outside of the Rosaria burst, so we weren't able to tell. No. We can't get it. The Rosaria burst just expires too early. The apps line up, but it expires too early, so it doesn't work. Isn't Ganyu better? Ganyu app is not consistent, so you won't be able to do a consistent combo. Here the apps are just too lined up. What if I do EN1Q instead of EQN1 on Sitlali? That's probably what we need to do, right? Yep, doable. 100% doable. Our burst ran out though, because we kind of fucked up our timing. But it's definitely doable. This is definitely something that does not work at higher ping, by the way. What am I doing? Oh yeah, no, this is fine. I fucked it up. I was a little too slow on my combos. Yeah. I mean, that was kind of it. More or less. Yeah. So here we just have a problem that is because this enemy sucks. It's not the fault of the team. Which is that we have to dash backwards so that the Rosaria burst is in a spot that's still gonna hit him after he does his first attack. But if we dash backwards, Bennett E doesn't hit him anymore. Oh well. Something went wrong there. My Sitlali skill activated too early. I guess it's because I started with... Yeah. Yeah, he's outside of the burst. Or is he? Fuck! Oh, still. We missed the N1. We just targeted the air like an idiot. But it's doable, it seems. It's cooked as hell, but it's doable. If we do this... Is it working? No. I think he was still inside too, so it was just a... Yeah. This setup doesn't work. Trying to see if we can get the Reserve Burst out a little later. But I don't no, I don't think it's gonna be doable. Maybe if we wait a little bit more, though. I didn't wait long enough, for sure. Yeah. I said maybe if we wait a little bit more, and then I didn't wait at all. Fucking idiot. Yeah, this Bennett burst runs out too early if we do this. So it isn't good. You'd rather Rosaria burst runs out than Bennett burst. We lose the Bennett burst for the last 2 charge attacks if we go Bennett before Rosaria, so it don't work. Kind of fucked up. Oh, whatever. Whatever. What about Kaya? Nah, Kaya's gonna have the same problem. His burst doesn't last long enough. Lila's too unreliable. Probably won't work. Yeah. So it's basically Escoffier for it to be like reliable. Rosaria, you're willing to reset, and that's it. Diona's zap is too slow. It won't work. Man. Oh, they're adding more Escoffier teams. That's crazy. Oh no. This makes me really sad to see, by the way. Because, like, I know that when you use Yelan here, it's like almost 100k. This is 67k. Ah. Yikes. That seems wrong. But yeah, they're currently adding a bunch of the Escoffier stuff, right? They added the Mawika teams, they have EMILIE simmed here. Yeah, that's the setup I settled on, right? When I was doing my pre-release calcs on EMILIE. It was Fav Sitlali where you swap back to Sitlali once. Around 100k. Yeah. I couldn't get Yelan Escoffier above like 76k. That can't be real. Something's definitely wrong. Anyways. So if you're done before Verissa, it does seem that way, yeah. Anyways, let's go other account real quick, actually. Wait, what the fuck is that? New recipe? The heck? Why? KFC collab? Oh. See? We decided whether Inefa is a Nebula buff yet. It seems like, well, okay. At the very least, it is definitely a buff because more team versatility is good, right? Will the Inefa team be better than the, like, Escoffier team? Maybe not. But does that mean that Inefa is not a buff? No. She's definitely a buff. Like, that's guaranteed. Even if the team is worse, it's still a buff. Because more team versatility. Oh, actually, I wanted to yap about the fucking turtle. Or not the turtle, the cactus. But yeah, so... I don't understand why the charge would fill up faster with this. Because... I don't really understand how this works, honestly. Like... I'm getting conflicting information. This says that in order to fill up the charge, you need to trigger the reaction multiple times. But if that's the case, then because Electrocharge inherently triggers twice as fast as Lunar Charge, the non-Inefa teams should still break it fairly quickly. Should they not? Like, I'm confused. Like, Inefa teams will still break it fairly quickly because she also has personal damage, that's Lunar Charge damage, every 2 seconds. But that's 1 every 2 seconds plus another 1 every 2 seconds for normal Lunar Charge, or is it every second? I forgot. But like, still, that's less than 1 per second, and normal Electrocharge is twice per second. So like, is it that Lunar Charge fills it a different amount than Electrocharged, or is it that they're just lying? I'm confused. Is it based on the actual damage? But if it is based on the actual damage numbers, why the hell would it say the cactus was changed before? It was 6 times triggering Electrocharge is 32% charge, and now it's 5 times triggering Electrocharge is 22.5. Like, my initial understanding was that the shield has HP, but it also has a bar you can fill up. When you fill up the bar, it triggers Electrocharged, or sorry, that bar fills up from the amount of electrocharges you trigger. And every time you fill up the bar, it takes a certain percentage of the shield away. But you can also just brute force it with damage. That was my initial understanding of it. Alright, with like Inefa, the main reason why Inefa teams would break it faster isn't because they charge it more times. It's because it does more direct damage. But that doesn't seem to be the case. Because they say that C2R1 Inefa charges it more times. So I don't get it. I'm confused. So maybe this thing is just entirely wrong, right? Like that's the impression I'm getting, is that this thing is just outright wrong. And that the bar doesn't shield, not the bar, the charge doesn't fill up based on the number of reactions triggered. It fills up based on the reaction damage. Yeah, like this would suggest that the charge is damage based, but I don't know. I don't know. But yeah, like honestly though, I don't think this boss shills all that much. Like, as long as you have an okay-ish amount of shred, and you're using Hydro or Electro carries, you don't really need to trigger Electro Charge. But yeah, it helps, because the cactus resistances while it's downed, right, are minus 90 instead of the 10%. But it doesn't stay downed for that long, right? And if you break it faster, it'll also go back to the hat shuffling, which is something that you just kind of have to wait until it's done. So it'll get to its stall phase more quickly. So I feel like there wouldn't be that much of a difference between using an Inefa team and using like an Escoffier team, for example. But maybe I'm understanding something wrong. It's very possible. After the forced shield phase and the 15-second downtime, you have like 20 to 30 seconds until the next hat phase. Yeah, and that hat phase is the same resistances, and that like 20 to 30 seconds is the same resistances as it is while it's in the hat. So there's not much of an upside to making that happen faster, right? I guess it's just going to be a matter of breakpoints, kind of like on Lava Dragon, right? With the main difference being that there's no first phase. It's only second phase and third phase of Lava Dragon, right? Like, it starts in a state where you can hit it if you want. Like, maybe I'm just missing something. But I don't know. Does Inefa have any synergy with Chaska? Yeah. Inefa has great synergy with Chaska. Inefa wants to be played with a Hydro character. Chaska wants to be played with a Hydro character to get Vapes. Inefa wants to be played with attack buffers. Chaska wants to be played with attack buffers. Inefa does a good amount of personal damage and benefits from having VV. Chaska can use VV. Chaska Inefa is Inefa carry. It's not really Inefa carry. It's like... I mean, it's Inefa carry in the same way that, like, International is Xiangling carry. Right? Like, Child does similar damage to Xiangling in International. But the synergy between the two comes more from Child increasing Xiangling's damage than the other way around. It's the same thing for Chaska Inefa. Like, Chaska is gonna be doing a similar amount of damage to Inefa. But the main reason why they have so much synergy is because Chaska's buffing her damage. What are the options for Turtle? You have, like, two main options, really. You either go Milani or Freeze. What about Mawika? I'm not sure yet. I'll have to test it. Can it be frozen? Yes. It has high freeze resistance, so it doesn't stay frozen for very long. But you can freeze it, and that does delay its shield, which means that if you have a lot of off-field Hydro application through either Singso or Yelan, you'll be able to keep it frozen for a much longer period, which actually will make Skirk a pretty solid carry. It'll likely be really bad if you're using solo Hydro, though. It probably will not be good using Shenhe. You're gonna want to use Yelan or Singto. Most likely. Obviously, I'll need to test it to be sure, but that's the impression I'm getting right now. They might have lowered the freeze resistance for Sijin, maybe. Who knows? Alright, yeah, I got some new recipes, right? Yeah. Cool. Alright, how close are we to a level in here? We're probably pretty far, actually. Survey time? No. I have a better idea. You guys have been asking me for this for the past, like, week and a half.
페이몬 여기 있어. 이 정도 목소리는 어때? 잘 들려?
최대 출력. 하! 덧! 소장할 물건이 하나 늘어났네. 헛! 차!
How do you do this again? I forgot. You need multiple stars? You can't do it before the quest? Oh. I see. That explains it. You're gonna need Geo Traveler. Can I not just use Kachina? Is her thing a Geo Construct? Yeah. I think you need 3 Geo Constructs to solve one of the puzzles. Well, I'll just skip that puzzle then. How many crowns do I even have right now? I'm kind of curious. I didn't really pay attention to getting crowns. For now, I only really need 2, right? Mega Burst, Yon Sunburst. It'd be nice to have 3, though. Where do crowns even go? Maybe here? Yeah, I have 7. I have more than enough. Can I do this now, or do I still need to do more quest progress? I think I need to do more quest progress still.
날 막을 수 있겠어? 태양의 포효를 들어라!
잘못 골랐어.
Lumen Stone.
달려볼까?
Big. Okay. I think I can do it now. Yeah. What? Why is it not working? Did I lose it? Oh, whatever. That is no reaction Maoika does more damage than my free-to-play setup Maoika. That's on you. If you're doing less than 95k on your like properly set up Maoika, you're doing something wrong, man. You're doing something very wrong. So, I guess we'll start with this one.
최대 출력! 모험의 보상이군. 기념할 만하겠어. 정화의 대학. 차.
Sweet business.
모험의 보상이군. 날 막을 수 있겠어?
또 너한테서
You fucking idiot. Does it not count? Why does it not count? That's so dumb, man. What? Is she dead? Oh my god. I can't.
준비 완료.
달려볼까?
나와라 도끼 백자.
Wait, what? Thank. No. Okay.
따따단따단.
Why is it not? Hello? What?
좋아, 너만 믿을게. 나와라 도끼 백자. 따따단. 나와라 도끼 백자.
최대 출력. 야!
Okay, I don't know how it worked, but it worked and I'll take it. Get me the fuck out. Oh, there's another one in here. For that, I think I need Kachina.
잘 됐다.
Right, does that work? Does anyone know if that works? Surely this works, right? Fine. Sorry!
일이 아직
I guess it actually needs to be a fucking destructible construct. Shit game.
날 막을 수 있겠어?
떨어져라. 핫.
Wait, why do they even do that?
헛!
I guess I do want that. Right.
모험의 보상이 달려볼까?
You can get what? Co-op. Oh. I mean, sure. But I'm good.
괜찮네. 마음에 들어.
Alright, this isn't Animal MC anymore. Bro! What am I supposed to do here again? Supposed to connect these things?
헛!
핫.
But I don't know, connect them to what?
날 막을 수 있겠어?
I guess we get a chest.
소장
환상.
It's inside.
차. 차. 핫.
타올라라. 하! 모험의 보상이군. 기념할 만하겠어. 태양이 나를 따른다.
Whoa, what the fuck was that? Am I supposed to go that high? I don't think I am. I'm pretty sure I went higher than I'm supposed to.
차!
Yeah, I went way higher than that. What the fuck? Is it because I was in the bike? No. The bike itself isn't enough. I think it's because the bike expired as I jumped. No. Okay, well that didn't work. But that's probably what happened. Or the bike expired for some reason, right as I jumped. Oh my god, Vermilion Domain, huge! Oh, bro.
차.
헛!
Oh. Luxurious chest. Nice.
소장할
White
물건이
tassel.
하나 늘어났네.
Nice.
타올라라. 차! 헛! 헛! 정화의 불꽃. 도와주마. 모험의 보상이군. 기념할 만하겠어. 흡! 달려볼까? 모험의 보상이군. 기념할 만하겠어. 차! 최대 출력. 괜찮네. 마음에 들어.
잘못된 결정을
I'll be able to read that one without it being cringe. Okay. Bro,
차!
why does it do that, man? Like, actually, who the fuck thought that was a good idea? I don't think I can reach that, right? No.
태양이 나를 따른다. 정화의 불꽃. 흡! 차! 흡! 날 막을 수 있겠어? 하!
Wow. As they'll have to 100% not lend Fontaine and Chen Yuvale. Which one should I do first? I like Chen Yuvale the most. You know what? Before we follow this Sealy out, let's go get the chest that's over here.
빠르고 강하게 카운트.
감기 조심. 얼어붙어라.
화염으로 뒤덮여라.
Four-star
모험의
artifact.
보상이군. 기념할
those.
만하겠어.
That's
최대
probably
출력.
enough for now.
달려볼까? 달려볼까?
Gorge Guide.
헛!
Wow. They call me the Gorge Guide.
달려볼까? 헛! 태양이 나를
페이스 조절. 내 구령에 맞춰.
Oh, that's a little unfortunate. Didn't get any healing because he died too quickly. you guys spamming right now? Some each my head.
헛!
I don't think I need to make anything here. Do I?
헛!
Oh, never mind. I didn't need to make something. See?
헛!
Didn't realize I needed to activate it first. Could have just used the construct, but it is what it is.
소장할 물건이 하나 늘어났네.
카운트 시작!
태양의 포효를 들어라!
So just heal up a little.
헛! 헛! 괜찮네. 마음에 들어. 날 막을 수 있겠어? 하! 모험의 보상이군.
I did not
기념할
mean to sit,
만하겠어.
but I mean, sure, I guess. Why not?
헛! 헛! 타올라라.
내 구령에 맞!
날 막을 수 있겠어?
사냥꾼이 사냥감이 되어버려.
괜찮네. 마음에 들어. 최대 출력.
Yep, egged. Plus 10,000 more. Huge. Something is angry. It's a hilly turtle. Freaking
모험의
hilly
보상이
turtle.
달려볼까?
I'm gonna ignore you because you're French. I can pick up a new quest here. Maybe I should take it while I'm here. I might as well, right? Wang. The sky feather, the symbol of lofty ideals. The warrior's spear used to fend off the foe. The flower of farsight which grew upon the cliffs of the chasm. I wonder if I can like. No, I can't. Okay. I was trying to see if I could text scroll cancel by doing that, but it seems I cannot. Meh, I'll do that. Well, Oh no, okay. I see, I see. We'll keep popping towards this then.
날 막을 수 있겠어? 흑! 차!
I
흑!
will not.
차!
I will not use an archer. I don't need one.
모험의 보상이군. 기념할 만하겠어. 태양이 나를 따르.
빠르고 강하게
This slime might be a problem. I know. it'll be
얌전히
fine.
있어. 이 순간을 영원하게 만들어주지.
하늘의 불꽃으로 벌한다.
Please die. Or what's going on?
달려볼까?
What the fuck just happened, man?
괜찮네. 마음에 들어. 최대 출력. 헛! 정화의 불꽃 달려볼까? 헛!
That's clearly the next one. Is it? No, it's not. Bro.
헛! 헛! 최대 출력.
No!
하! 차!
You gonna pull for Monica supports in the future or pull for more cons for carries? I'm gonna do both. But I don't think my next pull will be Sidlale. Because I want to get a second team. Before I make my Monica team stronger.
차! 달려볼까? 헛! 헛! 달려볼까? 타올라라. 헛! 소장할 물건이 하나 늘어났네. 최대 출력.
전광석파 움직여볼까?
얼어붙어라. 미안. 얌전히 있어.
태양의 포효를 들어라.
잘 보관해야지. 핫!
달려볼까?
That seems annoying to get up to, huh? Unless it's like right here, but it doesn't seem like it is. It seems like it's all the way up. Never mind, Moica's broken. What the fuck? Jesus Christ.
최대 출력. 출력. 소장할 물건이 하나 늘어났네. 달려볼까? 차!
페이스 조절! 내
정화의 불꽃 최대 출력. 최대 출력 타올라라.
Oh, way to use business.
모험의 보상이군. 기념할 만하겠어. 흑! 날 막을 수 있겠어? 하늘의 불꽃으로 벌한다.
What AR is he right now? I'm at AR 53, I believe.
괜찮네. 마음에 들어.
빠르고 강하게! 카운트!
소장할 물건이 하나 늘어났네.
Okay.
달려볼까?
Go for this waypoint next. You got here. Oh, you need two.
떨어져라!
I don't know what the fuck I just aggroed, but
모험의 보상이군. 기념할 만하겠어.
why isn't this working? Is it just not reaching? I feel like it should reach. I guess it just barely doesn't. Oh well.
헛! 날 막을 수 있겠어?
Okay, je business.
하!
We've got some more.
날 막을 수 있겠어?
환상!
소장할 물건이 하나 늘어났네.
Is something just right under here?
헛!
How's your Mora situation? My Mora situation is completely fine right now. I have 6.7 mil Mora, but there's so much more just sitting on the map that I'll be able to get pretty much whenever. And because I'm not building that many characters, I'm not in dire need of Mora either. How do I open this? It's like, you can open it from the inside? I think you have to go from inside, actually, yeah.
최대 출력! 태양의 포효를 들어라!
잘못 몰랐어. 저는 솜씨야.
Info is compiled. What info? Oh, okay. I see. Yeah, alright. I'll probably take a look at that after stream. Honestly, I'm really excited to see what they're gonna do with the lunar charge carry. I'm like, I actually don't know how they're gonna go about it. Well, that was a different quest altogether. Yeah.
괜찮네. 마음에 들어.
This won't work yet, right? We need to knock it down a little first.
날 막을 수 있겠어?
What? Oh, I guess that's not even the one we need. My camera's stuck. I hate how the camera just like stops working properly. When you climb a wall with Malika, I don't know why they haven't fixed that shit yet.
달려볼까?
Bro, ain't no way. Not only Malika. Yeah, but it's the worst on Malika because it stays locked for like 5 seconds after you stop climbing.
날 막을 수 있겠어? 최대 출력! 모험의 보상이군. 기념할 만하겠어. 달려볼까?
실험대로 죽나?
괜찮네. 마음에 들어. 최대 출력.
What's up all of a sudden? I should go pick up this quest though, now that a new quest has spawned here. much yapping is bro gonna do? I might as well go do that first, sure. Why
날
not?
막을 수 있겠어?
It's further up. No, fuck you, fuck call is this tabarnak! Sorry.
태양이 나를 따른다. 달려볼까?
Bro, call is.
날 막을 수 있겠어?
Sorry. I don't like this sometimes.
괜찮네.
That's
마음에
way
들어.
too far.
달려볼까?
I'm not going that way. What the fuck am I supposed to do? My god. He's a genius, chat. He was actually reading, and he didn't miss the thing. Exploration genius Zajef77 strikes again.
실험 대상이면 방심의 끝에 왔지만
하! 하늘의 불꽃으로 벌한다.
Can you please check your weapon inventory?
잘못 몰랐어.
I saw in a YouTube video that you have an unleveled Fav. It's leveled now. But also, it's not even on this account, so...
최대 출력. 자. 하. 최대 출력. 헛.
We don't talk about what just happened there, chat.
소장할 물건이 하나 늘어났네.
Sure.
달려볼까? 하! 모험의 보상이군. 최대 출력.
What the fuck was that?
최대 출력. 헛! 날 막을 수 있겠어?
Oh,
헛! 샷! 헛! 헛! 정화의
페이스 조절! 내 고령에 맞춰!
이건 어때? 감기 조심.
화염으로 뒤덮여라!
precious chest, really?
잘 보관해야지.
What's this?
헛!
Is that just a rock? Yep, rock.
샷!
What do these rocks do again? I forgot. Are these just like normal rocks, or are they a quest thing?
차! 모험의 보상이군.
They're a
기념할
quest thing?
만하겠어.
Bet. They don't respawn? I should have marked them then, shouldn't I? Oh well. I'll start marking them now. What's your #1 manhwa recommendation? I mean, it depends on what genre you want. Alright. But my favorite manhwa is Your Eternal Lies. It's mystery with a hint of romance. #1 Yuri manhwa? I don't know. I Love Amy is not a manhwa, right? Like it's a comic, but it's not Korean. So I can't say that. If I could, I would. What did I want to do? Right, I want to go back to the castle quest.
차! 소장할 물건이 하나 늘어났네. 하! 차! 흑! 차!
What? Ain't no fucking way. Honestly, I can't even think of a Yuri manhwa. My brain's just short-circuited. I'd recognize some names probably, but too busy making shonen power fan. You think I can remember the name of a shonen power fantasy? Like, too much yaoi. I actually can name a BL manhwa that's good. Too busy hating on romance for having too much romance in it. I mean, listen, like, there's not much I can say, okay? Like, I'm just not a fan of drama stories where the main focus is romance. Like, I don't mind comedies where the main focus is romance. I don't mind action-focused things that have a major romantic element. But if the plot is entirely carried by the romance, I kind of just get bored.
또 총무부에 문서를 제출해야 돼.
I can't help it.
최대 출력.
모험의 보상이군. 기념할 만하겠어.
핫!
날 막을 수 있겠어?
Oh my god, cabbage, wheat, radish, insane. Anyways.
헛! 헛! 모험의 보상이군.
I'm gonna be honest, I did not expect the chest to pop out of that. I was kind of just breaking it as a way to like fidget.
불태워주마.
헛! 헛! 헛!
사냥꾼이
헛!
사냥감이 되어버렸군.
괜찮네. 마음에 들어. 달려볼까?
빠르고 강하게 카운트 시작!
얼어붙어라. 미안, 이건 어때?
태양의 포효를 들어라! 불태워주마!
What the fuck? Where did bro go?
괜찮네. 마음에 들어.
It's kind of annoyingly far, but whatever. No map exploration. I don't think I'm very high. 72. That's not that bad actually.
날 막을 수 있겠어? 하! 야! 타올라라. 달려볼까?
심했군. 실험 대상을 잘못 골랐어.
괜찮네. 마음에 들어.
What are the thunderclouds mentioned in Inifa's A1 passive? Do we know yet? Yeah, it's just the... A thundercloud gets spawned after you trigger Lunar Charge, and it stays on the field for a little bit. It basically just means if you've triggered Lunar Charge in the past few seconds.
헛! 괜찮네. 마음에 들어.
I'm an idiot.
모험의 보상이군. 기념할 만하겠어. 하! 헤앗!
이런 대상을 잘못 골랐어.
모험의 보상이군. 기념할 만하겠어.
Yeah, we can go there.
달려볼까?
Is this not gonna lead anywhere?
헛!
Oh, I get it. Aww.
헛! 헛! 괜찮네. 마음에 들어.
Alright. Alright. Hello? Dude, do I have to break this first, maybe?
헛!
Yeah, I didn't have to break it. Occasion business.
모험의 보상이군. 기념할 만하겠어.
You go back here.
최대 출력.
Ah, it's too far. Kind of annoying. Chat, are you a chasm spelunker?
헛!
I think I need the Lumen Stone adjuvant thing, right? Build the interactive map. The chasm. live stream is a week from now, right?
달려볼까?
페이스 조절! 내
얼어붙어라.
화염으로 뒤덮여라.
Don't I need to like activate this? But I can't activate it? How do I activate this? How do I turn it on? Or just pick this up? Recharge? I can't recharge it yet.
힙!
There we go. Okay, never mind. I figured it out. Oh, what? Why didn't it work? No? Like pressing Z just didn't do anything? I can't do anything. You need level 2?
최대 출력.
Then why isn't that part of the... Whatever. That's kind of dumb if you do.
모험의 보상이군. 기념할 만하겠어.
Need to come back later. That's so dumb, though. I'll go get this thing real quick.
태양이 나를 따른다.
심했군. 꼬여겠어.
소장할 물건이 하나 늘어났네.
Okay, so this one's fine. It's too dark to have some light in the background like this.
힙! 타올라라. 정화의 불꽃. 모험의 보상이군. 기념할 만하겠어. 헛! 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 출력.
Guess I gotta go around somehow.
실험 대상이 하나 늘었고.
불태워주마.
실험 대상을 잘못 골랐어.
모험의 보상이군. 기념할 만하겠어.
No, with me!
차! 모험의 보상이군. 기념 날 막을 수 있겠어?
Can you check my minus 15k? I don't feel like it. So, no.
타올라라.
빠르고 강하게 카운트 시작. 에이,
달려볼까?
Gorge guide. 야,
소장할 물건이 하나 늘어났네. 정화의 불꽃 날 막을 수 있겠어?
how am I supposed to make it in there? Probably through the other side or something. Anyways, let's go.
달려볼까?
Yeah. So, I wasn't able to do anything about this last time I came, but I'm still not able to do anything about this. Oh, it was just fucking reading this. I'm actually just an idiot. Never mind. Oh my god.
날
I
막을 수
think I'm
있겠어?
stupid. Oh no. Oh no! Oh no! Bro is not an expert spelunker. What? I think you're being mean right now, and it wasn't necessary to say such a thing. Like, did I really do something to earn your ire? Like, why would you say something like that to me? What have I done to deserve this? Do I want to go down yet? No.
헛!
Not yet. Okay. You didn't check the minus 15k, you deserve it. Fine, I'll check the last one. Just for you guys. Wow, it's a bad minus 15k. Enhance Lumenstone Adjuvant. I'll do that. I don't. I can't do that. Ooh. 2 wishes? Another 2 wishes? Yeah. I think we'll keep going on another day. I think that's enough for now. I hope you all had a good time today in this stream. I hope you enjoyed. Let me check if I have anything to post. No, I don't believe so. So.
곤충은 대개 빛을 따라 움직이는 본능이 있어. 인간도 마찬가지야. 다만 우리는 그 빛을 희망이라고 부르지.
Let's... You know what? I don't want to write